everybody. How are you? It's great to be here again. How's my sound? Is it turned down? The Microsoft forced to go to the sound settings. Go to sound settings. You click on the input device properties. Then you fix the fucking volume because Microsoft and Bill Gates conspired against me to put it on 94 without my permissions. No, it wasn't good. It was down. The volume was down. It was on 94. 94 out of 100. I can tell because it's in my audio input capture goes it goes to yellow max. There's no red. Whew, here we are. Nope, you just forgot to close OBS when you finished. Don't know. You say that somehow changed my volume from 100 to 94 in my machine? Arsenal fan? Is that what you're implying? That the last time I streamed, something I did made the volume go from 100 to 94? Max mic volume on my machine? That's very strange. I don't know. But I assume it's driver related. Yo, buddy. Who's your buddy? No. This is definitely... I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm skeptical. I try not to agree with Arsenal fan on principle. Once in a while he's right. Alright. We don't want to give him the impression that he's right very often. You sent it a long time ago. Mirales sent me a game a recent time ago. Jim? Hey, what's up, Nils? I think we have like a front or something here. It's making me feel funky today. Studies I contribute to. My studies. So where the heck is it here? Alright. So who's not in here? I reserved a place. A place for Ars. Ars has his personal place reserved. We don't have Sumahair. We don't have a lot of submissions, actually. Move 11 should... What are you doing, Move 11? Yeah, you should... You should switch games, because we've already analyzed the other game. You're damn straight. Okay. Move 11, send in your game. That sucks that I am a long time gone. You're very far gone, you mean. Arsenal's been busy collecting tinfoil hats and handing them out to the club. Alright. Ooh, as my screen is... My screen is alright. Yeah, I don't know, I feel weird today. Like, no energy. I don't know what's up with me. Hopefully we'll come around. Move 11 just subscribed, tier 1. Subscribe for 61 months. We don't talk about that. We're focusing on chess now. Don't even get started. Very few people are unhappy about Boris Johnson being resignated, but we're not going to go on politics. It's too distracting. Here is Sumaher, who claims he sent a game to me. Like, I need... Oh, we got a bribe? Are you serious? We got a bribe, $10. Nils just tipped $10, please. Please what? We got your game. Did we get your game? Wait. We got your game. So you're bribing me to do it first. Nils, you're on my paper list, but I didn't put the game in for some reason. I don't know why. Analysis, okay. You just sent it. My submission for analysis stream tonight. You won't be there since I'm playing my next game then. I'll rewatch the VOD. Have White against 1890 national rated. This is the game? That's an old game, no. Here it is. Alright. It's gonna take me a little bit to get on point tonight, I can tell. My computer is really slow too. Nils just added a game. You sent a game to the lichess inbox. Yeah, it's the same thing. I just have to search for it, like Sumer. Nils will go first since he bribed me. Relax. Don't do it. Where is it? You haven't been here for a long time. It's a really weird noise coming through the window. Wow, look at that graph. Epic topography. Why is my computer seem so slow? My ping is 371. What? It's like a really weird rain noise. I was like, what is that? The ping was like really high here momentarily. Up in the 300s. That's not good. Thursday night. So how we going here? Anonymous is Nils. Can I move that? You can just pick it up and move it? That's awesome. Dude, I didn't even know you could do that. What an awesome feature. Isn't lichess great? Maybe I should get a new laptop. We'll have something to save money for once maybe after the World Senior in November. My next donation goal can be for a new laptop. Just need to delete my browsing history. Oh, you think like my computer is just slow because of cookies or something like that? Alright, no, I think it's just an old... It's not a great machine. It's definitely the machine. This is a really lightweight notebook to be streaming on. Boom. Alright. Move 11, Arsenal. There's some question about checkmaters. Like, did he submit a game? Or he just wanted me to look at one of his games? If he comes on the stream, we'll try to do his game, but I wasn't really convinced he's interested in... Yeah, I got it, man. I know you're white. Racist jokes aside, silicone gets old. Oh. You're gonna get Bob on the stream if you keep talking about silicone. Silicone gets old and hot. Gotta replace my silicone. Chromebooks? I don't know what kind of laptops to buy anymore. Everyone has a different opinion. Alright. What else do I got? Nils is first. Thomas Trainson. Acerbate. Ars's game we have to find. Move 11 is in the process. Give me a call when you send your game in, Move 11. Acerbate just tipped $10. We're up to 310 on the goal. Send Sladgy to the World Senior. I feel like I missed a game. Jim sent in a game? Jim's not in the list, is he? We got a Jim game. The old Jim Blitz game. I bet that has some interesting topography. Yeah, I feel like I'm surfing like in the 90s on the World Wide Web here. Do. It'll be loading in a few minutes. But you never know. I mean, it could be my internet. It seems worse than usual today. My brain is slow, too. Camel Culture invited you to the 2022 Colorado class. He beat Move 11 in the list by, like, literally 1 second. But I don't know what game to put in. Camel Culture, are you out there? Game 4. He's a technological guy. He's answering my questions before I can even ask them, practically. Game 4 in the study. Do I have capability to actually, like... Can I actually put this in somewhere? No. Alright. Camel Culture's... Yeah. Camel Culture's gonna be... at the end of this list. Number... whatever it is. You'll copy the PGN? Okay. Oh, why am I so tired today? I slept normally... It's not that hot. Yeah, I don't mind if you copy PGN Camel Culture. Let me grab them by the... Alright. I'd like to take a look at the following game. Cancelled Player X versus Sarawan. Brussels... Oh no, someone else has been listening to, like, Sarawan stories. Cancelled Player X versus Sarawan. Story time with Yasser. Oh. That Cancel Player X. Oh, they're not enemies. They're just gonna take over the world. It's okay. Everything's fine. They're not canceled. They're good friends. Alright, we've got whoever that is against Yasser. See, the problem when Yasser faces like a superior positional player, it's like the time I saw he lost against Leiko. Guys, we may end up with too many games. I haven't even started yet, and it's 7 o'clock. My ping is unusually high. I mean, I think it's a combination, but I think probably my internet is acting up a little bit. It looks like we might be slow. I don't usually get pings in the high 100s. So Camel Fulcher. There was this baseball coach of mine, and his name was Mr. Fulcher. It was like probably like Volker, but it was a German name, and so no one pronounced it right. Anyway. Camel Fulcher. So, yeah. I'm gonna have me a little wine cooler. You know, I'm doing this the wrong way. The next one will be a wine cooler. Yeah, we're just getting started a little bit slow here. I'm sorry, but I feel like my brain... I had a bad day, first of all. Maybe it's emotional. Having my period or something. But secondly, I don't know. My brain cloud seems worse this evening. Move 11, we got that. I love it when you guys talk about economics more than computer stuff. Computer stuff is boring. Here's the game. Didn't just click that. I spazzed out and clicked the wrong thing. Due to my superior mouse skills. This is worse than like doing a simul, putting these games together. Dude. Alright, that took a year. 205 ping. It's not that my machine is like overheating. It's not that hot here, fortunately. That wine needs a little more air. So we've got nine games, and I feel like we're missing someone. Ars's game isn't yet. Where is Arsenal? I like how many Arsenal fans there are. There's like 100. I need a really good massage. If you guys could send someone over. Hook me up. Yeah. Not clear. Is GM Sean is a subscriber, right? Guys, let me know when the page loads, okay? Can't you guys see me? See me. Me. We can see you, but I'm having brain problems. I need a little time to wake up here mentally. Plus, my computer's slow. Myself and my computer, or my internet, are slow. Uncharacteristically slow, though. I don't have pings over 200 under normal circumstances. So, we've got Anonymous, that's Nils, Thomas, Asterbate, Ars, Morales, Sumer, Jim, Anatoly, whoever, Herman Munster, and, of course, yeah. That's it, man. Alright. No more. Alright, this is a good market for once. Except for the fact that, like, there's no processors, right? Wasn't, like, computer chips shortage or something? Our ping is coming down to 62. Alright. I don't know anything. I'm going to start with our first bribe game. By the way, thanks to Nils for the bribe. Nils donated $10 to the senior fund, and Astrobate with $10 to the World Senior Fund. Going to the World Senior in, what is it again? How old am I again? In November. Top secret information. Don't tell anyone. Going to the World Senior in November. Try to become a Grandmaster in one shot. Keep it simple. And I'm 39. Yeah. So thanks to you guys for your donations, Astrobate and the briber, Nils. Future politician. Okay, so Nils here, actually he's trying to become an engineer, but he'd make a better politician. Nils is white. This is game number 1. Tournament game. Alright. Galyash Miklos against Yamrik Djurj. It's an old one. So, yeah, I mean, I have a lot of experience playing this. I've played E3 more than anything else against the Queen's Gambit. The problem is, the Queen's Gambit accepted. The problem is C6 is just a stupid move, right? Damn, that's a stupid move. Why would anybody, like, play the Queen's Gambit accepted and then play C6? So Bishop E6 is like a real thing. It's a thing. I mean, if you're gonna play C6, you might as well defend the pawn first before we play, like, C6. This is like a real variation. Not... C5 is another interesting line. The Miles. Like, takes, Queen C7. Zoli Varga played this against me in a rapid game. Man, C6 is a very dumb move, though. Like, what does that possibly achieve for black? What's the point of, like, giving up your strong point in the center and then, like, reinforcing the strong point? Like, it's like this, man. I'm going to give up my strong point in the center, then I'm going to reinforce the square that I just gave up, you know? Does that inherently make sense? I mean, the only way to make this even make any sense for black would be to play B5 later on, theoretically, like a Marin. But it's not a Marin, and yeah, it just doesn't make sense. So I hope that Yamrik didn't play B5. He did. Ugh. Somehow this guy who's kind of coffee house player, he's not as strong as Mickey, and Galyash is a strong player, but B5, man, that is really dubious. Although more active than... This is just like passive. Okay, knight f3. Now we don't want to just like transpose, Nils. We don't want to just like straight up transpose to a Marin. You gotta get more than a transposition to the Marin here. Maybe black should play bishop f5 objectively. No, it doesn't work. Queen b3. Duh. So this fails to queen b3 with a double attack a la Morphy. Black is reduced to basically what he did. You know, we're playing the crazy b5. But, you know, the problem is if we just play, like, routinely here, black's going to play knight on bd7, b5, and he's playing the Marin, or whatever. I guess in order for it to be a Marin, though, technically, in order for it to be a Marin, you know, white has to put his knight on c3, and you have not put your knight on c3, correct? Like, let's think about the Marin. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. I'm a wimp, so I play e3 here. Or in the next move. Alright, e3, e6, knight c3. Yeah, I mean, this is the starting position for the Marin. So knight on bd7, bishop d3, bishop d6. No, we're taking. Dude, still my computer is like... feels slow. It's not my ping. So I'm saying, no, be careful not to just like let this guy transpose to a legit variation by playing too dogmatically. But there doesn't appear to be anything special we can do. Knight f3. And I think you don't want to put your knight on c3 too early, necessarily. Chibernidze versus Vasily Smyslov. That's got to be like one of Smyslov's last tournament games. 1998, man. That was definitely like... that was definitely played in ladies versus seniors. Amazing that Smyslov was still... he was still alive in 98. He kept his rating. Dude, if Smyslov... if the rating system was like it is today... like, seriously... if the rating system was working the way it works today, Smyslov would be like 23-20 in 1998. Pia Cranley versus her husband. Oh, shit. Marriage counselor is necessary for that game. Yeah, man, I mean, this has to be really bad for black. This should just be bad. We gotta take advantage of this somehow. Knight c3 doesn't feel right. But black should play knight on bd7, I guess. I'm assuming like b5 right away probably leaves white with some way to exploit it. You know, the knight on bd7 serves important functions, like controlling these squares. I mean, bishop d6 probably not as appropriate. Arse. But you could also play knight on bd7, bishop d6, and for e5. And we could possibly transpose to another kind of line without b5. That's true. But this is like ultra passive. And of course, like, there's no good players who have played this way with black. I would assume knight on bd7, hoping to transpose. You see, that's what both Smyslov and Belen Lopez did. This is inaccurate for black, for sure. But, you know, there's a chance that they can transpose to a Marin. See, Chibernidze played queen e2. Dude, that's got to be the move. I like this move. It incorporates ideas of rook d1. You're pushing e4 in their face. And you're not committing your knight to c3 too early. And it's way more aggressive than b3. So had black played knight on bd7, you should play queen e2. Definitely. But I think we're pretty fast, man. Knight on bd7, queen e2, bishop d6. If e4, e5, maybe black can get this in time. You know, the point would be that if you get it in time, maybe you're okay. If rook d1, black can probably, well, this looks like best. Black can probably play like queen e7, but there's always going to be some issues. If you try to play e5, you've got to be careful about the white squares. It's basically a Kali system in reverse, you know. It looks good for white, though. There's also bishop g5. It's an inaccurate... there's no doubt this is an inaccurate semi-Slav for black, where black has given up the center too early. Thanks, Uber driver. He says it's a Philidor. I'm a little skeptical of this Philidor theory. Don't we have like a pawn on c2 in the Philidor? Does anybody want to bet? Arsenal, you're in a very argumentative mood today. Does anyone want to bet how big white's advantage is here after rook d1? I'm going to say chonky, like 0.8. I think it's not a question of black being equal. It's a question of how big white's advantage is. It's probably, yeah, 0.8. Ooh, yeah, it was like way up there for a second. The scale came down. I was close. Oh, it's right there. It's wavering between 0.9. It's coming back. It's coming back. 0.6. Do I hear 0.7? There it is. All right, 0.7. So I was close. But in The Price is Right, if you go over, we should do that for a stream once. Guess, Eric Rosen does guess the ELO, but we could guess the evaluation. You still prefer black. You see, that's why you're selling tinfoil hats at the county fair, man. All right. Next. Bishop e7, super passive. Now white played knight c3 in all games here. Just ignore that moderator. Well, at least in terms of chess comments. Queen c7 is weird. It's like playing queen c2 in a Kali system. Yeah. You should have gone to law school, man. Definitely. Yeah, bishop e7 is bad. Alright. For black in the Kali system, but he's playing white in the Kali system, dude. White's white and black's black. Knight c3. So do we have anything better, though? I think you can probably, like, bust this guy right away, you know. I'm willing to wager that e4 is stronger. This guy is 350 points higher rated than you. He bought his rating at Kmart. Do you have Kmart? Do you have Walmart? Ratings have very little meaning. Meaning in modern times, it seems. But I think you should go for the jugular. Screw this knight c3 stuff. This guy's playing bishop e7 and he's trying to play the Marin without playing knight on bd7 and stuff. Just bam, you know. Dude, this is going to be like, alright, e4, no, you can't do it. I got excited. You have to play queen e2 first, sorry. My bad. Alright, I got excited. I thought we played queen e2. I'm sorry. I got excited. I thought we had an extra move. We got to play queen e2 first. D for gambit. Alright, burn me. I'm drunk. Uber driver. Dude, dig up Harry Nelson Pillsbury. I mean, come on, dude. It's not dynamic enough. This is the plan. Obviously, queen e2, threatening e4. This is extremely strong. Knight c3 is more... It's routine, but I mean, you're going to walk into some lines where the b-pawn is bothering us, you know? Like picking up tempi over here. I say queen e2 rather than knight c3. But I don't know what I'm talking about, you know? It's just the number one move of the computer. But you know what, Nils? You're like all the other clones who played, including one Grandmaster and IM and some other guys. They all played robotically knight c3. That's so funny. Wow, Mikhail Shishkin actually played this back in 1978 for black. Before he had an awakening or something. What a stupid setup. Like, this is trash, man. This is really trash for black. It's really bad. It's horrible for black. But this is way stronger. Way stronger. So if he plays like b5, I mean, I would have a little difficulty deciding on a square here. But I'm certain that white has a big advantage. I think they're both good. Knight c3-2 routine. Oh my god. I mean, I don't want to troll you guys. Nils is playing the white side of the Grunfeld now. Do you know how big your advantage is here? Do you think Alexander Alyakin would play rook b1 in this position? You're ready to rip this guy a new one. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I mean, e4, b5, bishop d3, b4. You're still maintaining e4. Yeah, well, let's all smash poor Nils. He's playing. He's like Mr. Rogers. Okay, boys and girls, it's time for the minority attack. Put on your smocks, and we're gonna do some arts and crafts. Yeah, man, but you're like a pacifist. This is like a tree hugger move. You need more like. You need more like red meat in your diet if you're playing rook b1 in this position, dude. Like, totally. Yeah, I mean, black is like raiding. He's like trying to die. He's committing suicide. It looks like an Alyakin Simul game. e4, b5, bishop d3, and you're ready to just blast him. You want your bride back. This is tough love, Nils. Do you know what that is? We're gonna make you stronger by shaming you for playing like a vegetarian. All right. This is like the Jehovah's Witness variation. It's funny. It's all in fun, man. It's all in fun. But like, let me just like cite an example. What are you gonna do if this guy plays c5? You know. Just hypothetically, he could play c5. I guess you could take it, probably, allow a trade of queens and play like b4, and you're still better. But this is nothing compared to what you had. I don't know. This looks really weirdly placed here. There's also the possibility of playing b5. Now you're not playing a minority attack here anymore, in the traditional sense. This move is kind of irrelevant. I mean, rook b1 looks like a random move that wasted a tempo. So I don't like that move at all. b5. Yeah, you're ripping him a new one after e4. Black is like -2 in this position. This isn't even a joke, dude. This is like, I'm gonna crush this guy in 20 moves. And if I don't, I'm gonna be disappointed. It's hard to believe that Mikhail Chisin was like 2480, and he played this position against Tukbakov in 1978, but he was young. I mean, they were young. He was inexperienced. You have to appreciate how good your position really is. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. You don't even realize how good your position really is. b5, bishop d3, knight on bd7. You know, he's sort of escaping. Now, I guess you have to switch plans to something like b4, where you try to restrict him. a3 is maybe okay. Black should play a5, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, that's what I expect. b4, a5. And actually, he's regretting playing bishop e7, because if he had, like, bishop d6, he could play queen e7, put more pressure on the b4 pawn. You should definitely consider playing b4 right away. It's not clear you need to play a3. But I'm not sure, like, bishop b7. Okay, it's probably not bad. Now you found queen e2. Now he played a5, and now you played b4. I mean, there is the possibility, even though it's not like the most straightforward, this may not be that stupid. I think I might prefer b4 to like letting you play b4. How bad is this for black? Like takes, and he's starting to play c5. I mean, can you prevent him from playing c5? I guess you have this now. But you're not really preventing him from playing c5 quite. This does look like a strong attack, though. There starts to be a lot of calculation involved. Position could be pretty sharp. Alright, he plays a5, you played b4, take, and then he plays knight to d5. Hitting this. The problem is, like, maybe sometimes your queen would go to b3 to help protect b4. You pretty much have to take... Okay. You're better, but... You know, I had the exact same situation with one of my students this week, a beginner, where he, like, took on d5 as well. Exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. That's so funny. It was he's like a 1200 lichess player. He had the exact same position, and he like took, and his opponent had to take this way because he was going to lose his b5 pawn. I told him, like, I think you're helping black to, you know, improve and have a central pawn, but his case was like better for black because the bishop wasn't on b7. In the case of my other student's game, the bishop was on c8. It could go to d7 and still have some range here. So this seems like worse because this is just totally shut out. White's better, but you gotta watch this pawn. Now you broke with e4. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it happens a lot in the Tartakover Queen's Gambit, where black has this sort of structure, and you can break it with e4. I don't know how many other options you have, actually. Probably queen c2 now, Arsenal's favorite move. Holy shit. Would you believe that? There's a game pops up if I play queen c2? Bishop f5 is a move, according to Arsenal. Yeah, we're trying to like encourage him to embed his knight here on c4. But probably better if there's like a rook on c8 or something. It's a shelf square, but I don't like it that much here. I mean, you're just like driving him to the place he's probably going to go anyway. I'm not sure it changes anything. Don't argue with Arsenal fan. He's a moderator here. Don't want to question his moves. Just say, Arsenal, that's a good idea. You want to get your ass like banned from my stream? You can't question. He's gone. Dude, don't be so thin-skinned. You disagreed with his move and he's leaving. I don't believe it. Knight takes d5, e takes d5. This is an important square. I mean, Arsenal's right in that respect. But I don't think this is the moment for bishop f5. It could be queen f5 in some future position. This idea I call the queen shelf. If we can bounce our queen to f5, he's right to be looking for bishop f5, but this is not the moment for it. I like e4, I guess. I'm having trouble finding any other plan for white. Now you took with the bishop, but what's the benefit of taking with the bishop versus the queen? Mr. Coffee's not here now. Now you hurt my moderator's feelings, and I'm gonna be without a moderator, Camel Culture. Well, either way's tempo. Either way's a tempo, right? Kakatiri, welcome. No, I mean, at least the queen e4, like, if there was a square, we could put the queen on, like, f5 or e5 or something, you know. There's always the Aster mate. No, this is not a joke, dude. Queen h4 might be a legit. This might actually be legit. I think black has to play like g6, excuse me. No, h6? Really? You're really asking to get your ass fully grassed here. Isn't this kind of dangerous? You think that black can survive this? Knight d5. No. You're getting mated. You're getting mated on h7. Animation. Yeah, this is interesting. Animaniacs. I mean, maybe the question is this. Like, Uber Driver made a sensible mention of rook e8, something like rook e8, bishop f8. But this looks a little touch and go for black. Anyway, we're giving Nils far too much for his money here. Bishop takes e4, knight f6. There's the tempo. You know, but come on, it's not just the tempo. Chess is more complicated than that. This guy's knight is a key defender. It guards e5 and this. We can't just say, hey, we gave him a tempo. We gave him a tempo, but he also just abandoned control of these squares with his knight on d7. This isn't just losing a tempo. You know, the position changes. Now, for example, you know, the threat of knight e5 might be legitimate. It's not as simple as just losing a tempo. Black, I don't think, is a strong player. I'll be perfectly honest. I think, you know, he shouldn't be higher rated than you, Nils. Bishop f6. But he probably has some strengths. You know, I don't really like the way he's played it. You've made mistakes, but I feel like less than the opponent. Queen d3, little blatant, but it's maybe good here. Now f4, very dramatic move. f4 is definitely a major candidate move. We also have to consider not playing f4. I don't know. I think you're crazy, Camel Culture. I mean, the bishop on b7 is really bad. I think unless black is gonna win our b pawn or something, white has to be better. I mean, obviously white can just quietly play rook fe1. Sorry if I insulted any vegetarians out there. f4, bishop c8. You really should start playing the Stonewall Dutch if you don't already. Oh, that's the game. Did you realize that? That's the game continuation. Nils was all rook b1, and now he's turning into Harry Nelson Pillsbury. He's like Uber Driver's hero. Dude has this, you know, diagonal too. No, f4 is probably good. We can sack it. Just go f5. We go postal. I think we have f5, don't we? That would be... Nils probably doesn't like to calculate too much. It's not 100% clear. But I mean, I don't think there's a defense to this. This is, game over. Isn't it? I mean, there's no way black survives that. He can't take it. I mean, it looks like a strong attack to white. But yeah, not like easy. I feel like this would have been the safer approach. More in the vegetarian style. But Uber driver's happy. Harry Nelson Pillsbury's happy. But after bishop c8, he's like g4. It's a lot of air. There's a lot of air around here. It could go wrong. I mean, if black were to like get down on the 7th, that's why I feel like f5's a little more like compact. You may be asking yourself, okay, what about this? All I know is that white has like 2 crushing bishops here, and there's no way in a million years that he's worse. Maybe black's equal, but if we're not better, we're at least equal. I have complete faith in white's position here. Materialists here might not agree, but yeah, I mean, this is... If you rejected f5 because of that, I don't think so. White has very strong attacking chances and total compensation. This pawn is like, his extra pawn is backward, and you have the 2 bishops, and his king side looks really weak. As long as you don't trade queens or something, I mean, there's no reason to reject f5. Like, black could do maybe like g5, but I mean, is that... Does that even work? This is funny. For a fantasy. Just for a fantasy. How does he defend h7? Just hypothetically. I don't see... I don't see how that defend... Yeah, Fischer-Benko, it's a famous Sicilian game. It was like a Sozin. I think it's better. I like f5 better than g4. g4 is kind of vague, and the king side looks like it gets weakened. Yeah, f5 is x-glam. Black has the acerbate defense. Oh, it's... Wait, let's... Wow, g4? Nils, you sure you didn't go in the bathroom with your phone? g4 is really the #1 move. Oh, it's teetering back to f5. I'm surprised how good g4 really is. I like f5 though. It's more compact. We don't need the engine. Camel Culture is like, I think maybe black is better. The computer says it's 0.0 after f5. No, it's going to black's favor? No. 0.0? 97? Jeez. 87 black is better? Oh my god. Camel Culture could be right. Defenders of the universe. Schieberspieler would like this position. Damn, this is our first game. I really have to go a little faster, but this was an interesting game. I think the Caro-Kann people will find 97. I'm going to turn off the engine now. But this idea of defending with the rook laterally is nice. Bishop e6 walks right into f5. Was there some sort of tactic? Huh? I must be missing something. Isn't black like losing a piece if he takes on e5? Dude was like hitting the bomb. 300 points higher rated. Why would he do that? He like lost his mind. I mean, okay, the situation is tough. He has to find... Yeah, you actually prevented 97 with bishop e3. You have a game for next week. Alright. Culture... No, the other camel. Other camel. Ubadis will open up next week's stream. I gotta hurry up here, though. Man, this is like a $30 analysis. It's like a lesson. Nils is getting too much benefit from these first games. Bishop e6, yeah, he like walks into it, but what's he supposed to do? Yeah, I didn't really criticize rook e8, but I guess we should. I mean, at the end of the day, rook e8 is probably like a terrible move. The engine's rook a7, like way more useful. All he ended up doing was like weakening his f7 square. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to play g takes f. I don't see any, or I don't see a lot of situations where black's going to benefit from the g file more than you. Not to say it's not possible theoretically. That's why I was shy of playing g4, but I think it's more likely to benefit white here. He just loses a piece. Maybe he thought he was attacking you with rook g6 or some fantasy. He has no white squares, so you can just play king h1. Yeah, I would just play like king h1 directly. But there's nothing wrong with this, I guess. Next chapter. Yeah, I mean, I think you outclassed him a little bit there. He like sort of impaled himself. All right, Thomas Treinson. Game 2. All right, we're gonna have to move through these games a little bit faster. That was a very late game 1, and game 2 is luckily not a long game. This one shouldn't take too long. It's only really the opening, and it's interesting just from the opening theory standpoint. Thanks, Nils, for your support. Cockatiri, thanks for resubscribing. We have a follow from Andre R. Welcome, everybody. We're doing analysis of subscriber games here. So this was the simul game I played last week. I was black. Thomas is white. It's a Petrov. The exciting. Nah. Not really 57 minutes. I spent like 30 minutes like getting in gear before the stream started. But we probably analyzed that game for like 25 minutes. 20 minutes at least. I should try to do the games like 15 minutes max. Mainline. Well, the old mainline of the Petrov. Now everyone's playing like bishop e7, bishop f5. This is all the rage. By the way, I didn't follow all the candidates games. Did anybody notice? Did any of you guys who paid attention to the candidates games notice if there was anybody playing like this Chinese Petrov? It seems like a very solid way to play with black if you want to draw. I mean, basically the goal of the Petrov is to draw, right? So anyway, yeah, bishop f5 was played a few times. Well, that particular bishop f5. I have to look at the games at some point. I have to somehow download. I'll probably download them. Can I download the games on lichess somehow? Do you guys... Do they have that feature? Download broadcast games. Yeah, so it's a really funny story behind this move. You can import the game PGNs. In a really strange coincidence, knight takes d3, queen takes d3. The only time I ever saw this played, like I had analyzed the theory 20 years ago, but the only time I actually saw this line get played in practice is this one game. It's funny, like there's 200 and how many? There's 262 games in the database, right? What happens to Sladgy? Sladgy, who plays the Petrov very rarely, but has thought about it, gets influenced because he happens to be there when this like one crazy grandmaster plays knight d6, leaving this impression in my mind like that's like a real variation. You know, it's really crazy. Like Lynch has his own ideas and stuff, but what is the chances like you're there for the one game in 262 games where someone like didn't play you know the normal move? So I walk away with this impression like knight d6 is a variation, and I think I actually like went around like playing it in some blitz games or something, like thinking like, oh, that's a move, you know. And then I looked at the theory and I realized like Lynchius is the only person ever to do that, and he lost. He's a Najdorf player who like one day like quit the Najdorf because he was sick of people like preparing for his Najdorf. So like one tournament he's like I'm done. I'm not playing the Najdorf anymore. I'm playing the Petrov from now on. And so that's how he started like not playing the Najdorf. And I guess he just didn't know every variation. It's pretty extreme to go from playing the Najdorf to playing the Petrov, though. Alright. Thanks, Spectacular Camel. Lichess broadcast. All games in PGN. That's what I was talking about. Okay, so I thought about knight f6, and I thought about Lynch's knight d6. And I think I lost a game playing this and looked at it with the engine and like realized like you just don't have enough compensation. But I've forgotten that this was the main line. So I thought, okay, let's play knight f6. Well, I think that, you know, he played the Najdorf for a long time, but it's just gotten more and more and more and more theoretical, and he just couldn't do it anymore. I think even Gelfand reached that point. You know, Gelfand eventually just gave it up too. It's like impossible to study like 40 moves of theory in every variation. So I played knight f6, and then I was scared here. It's weird to look at it from white side though. What was I scared of? I guess I was scared. You guys know the Evergreen game in the Italian game, Steinitz versus von Bartoleben, where, you know, basically like you like get the situation where black gets pinned on the E file. Well, this is not the Evergreen game. It's not as bad. Black has the ability to like cut it off with bishop e6, and I don't, you know, lose the right to castle for all my life. But what happens? I think I missed like he could have played queen b5 check. I don't know what I was gonna do if he played this. Yeah, Camel Culture, like back in 1987 when I started playing the Sicilian, basically I got this big fat John Nunn book that was, even in those days, like 290 pages. And I just like traded it to a friend of mine for another book because I was like, there's no way I'm going to like memorize 290 pages of theory to play a chess opening. Yeah, Spectacular Camel. I think that's the Evergreen game. Hastings 1895. So Timon. I think we both didn't realize that queen b5 is a strong move. This seems to be the theoretical problem. White's 4-0 here. That's a bad sign. Okay, the evergreen was Kieseritzky and Anderson. I'm not sure. Now I don't remember. Is someone sure which is which? The evergreen game was Anderson Kieseritzky. Maybe you're right. That was the Battle of Hastings. That was 1895. So evergreen game was Anderson Kieseritzky. Okay, you're right. But that's weird. I thought it had a name. Some romantic name. I guess I'm just wrong. We're not afraid to admit we're wrong here, right? But this is the critical moment now. It's too late to play queen b5 check. So I thought he would take and play like rook e1. This happened in a couple games. But I mean, you got rook e5. Doesn't that look problematic? I was scared, dude. So the evergreen game is Anderson. Fort Dufresne. I mean, after bishop e6, don't we get rook e5? Bam. Johnny Hector. See, this is a problem. But the point is, like, our pawn is pinned to our queen. So d5 maybe doesn't work. If black castles, it's all over, man. I'm like, white's just worse. You have to prevent black from castling. Yandemirov played this. He's threatening d5. Black played c6. And then he played this. Black just bails. Presumably queen d7. But I mean, okay, white has compensation here for the structure. Yeah. I mean, I would anticipate this. But maybe we shouldn't sack a pawn. Maybe white just doesn't have anything. That's the problem. That's why Yandemirov offered a draw to this guy who was like 2380. Why would a grandmaster offer a draw with white? You know, I mean, he's just realized he screwed up or something. I wonder if he had rook takes g5. That's a funny move. Rook takes g5, castles, queen here. Still, it's not that clear. I mean, even this is not so easy to get in there. Neither is the opening that puts most pressure on white to force him to play energetically. Yeah, I mean, it requires incredible knowledge from both sides. There may be some kind of theoretical argument that Najdorf is the best Sicilian. Alright. But it looks like theoretically bad now. I mean, the last I heard was that the top players have been struggling with the Najdorf. I mean, I think the truth is that, like, with modern computers, we've seen a trend at the top levels where the classical openings are making a comeback. I think in the 90s, the Sicilian was the #1 defense against e4, but it seems like now we might be moving back toward like e4, e5, almost like computers are influencing chess theory E5 is more correct than E4 C5. Knight hasn't been scoring, well for black on the highest levels. Okay, but my opponent decided to play this move. Knight takes C5, Queen C2. Very bad move, losing time. Apparently like threatening to take here and take on C7. But Queen C2 loses valuable time, so black is fine now. Asterbait with a gift sub to Extreme FF. You cannot afford... this is an IQP position where black has the bishop pair. That's 2 strikes. What's the number one rule of like imbalanced dynamic positions? Like you have to play for the initiative. You've given up the bishop pair, you have a worse structure. These are static weaknesses for white. He can't afford to waste time. Rook E1 is the other move. Here's a Dao Thian high. He played a lot in Hungary. He's a experienced veteran Vietnamese grandmaster. Following game from 2011, black, knight takes c3, b takes c3. Now all he needs to do is castle. And he drew. It's not clear. It's possible black's better here. Yeah, so this is just really... Queen c2 is a huge mistake. I think during the game I probably mentioned that I was thinking about castling. Knight takes d5, queen takes d5, queen takes c7. If I wasn't playing a simul, I would give like serious consideration to this. Black has, again, the bishop pair better structure. We have like what? Bishop g4? No. Bishop's hanging, so bishop d6 or bishop f6. It's plausible, right? I think that black has compensation for a sacrificed pawn. That would have been another way to play. Now you check. I didn't like queen d7 takes knight e5 check, although it might be playable. So I played c6. And I think black stands fine here. Probably better. Objectively, the queen is misplaced. Black is slightly better. It's really better structure. Is it really? Is it is it a tree if it falls in the forest? My joke is always like, if a tree falls in the, in the forest and it is nobody there to hear it, does it make a sound? Camel Culture says, is it really better structure if the isolated pawn is extra? It's still part of the structure, so I say yes. Alright. Yeah, black's at least equal here. But I don't know. He had a hard time finding a move. If I was white, I would seriously consider playing knight e4. Because he really doesn't want to trade pieces. But I think maybe more fundamental is this. Right? Rook e1 is better. Bishop e3 doesn't give him any kind of like forward plan. It's hope chess in a way. Like, I'm not going to take this and like fix his structure necessarily unless I have a really good reason to do that. So I think this is a more universally useful move for white. No, I mean, it's 8 p.m. here, Extreme FF. It's 8 p.m. here. We started an hour and a half ago. Alright. So, yeah, I mean, he made some shaky moves. But I don't really like fixing his structure. And by the way, 2 knights play better against 2 bishops than bishop and knight, as always. Little known secret master secret. I played it like this to blockade. Now, I mean, there are these squares, outpost squares. I froze his pawns, and then I decided to go. He's trying to play c4. That's not happening. b5 was the best move according to the engine. Yeah, Brazil has time zones, doesn't it? I thought Brazil had more than one time zone. Maybe not. Okay, yeah. It's a big country. b5. Yeah, I played b5. Dude, I thought I was better here. I mean, I think that black is better, but I was down on time, and so I offered a draw. Black is definitely for preference. I think his pawns are shaky, and my bishop pair is good. I mean, this is kind of a bluff. I'm not sure I'm going to actually take his knight and double his pawns. I was down to 3 minutes in the simul, so I accepted his draw offer, but I think that black is better. Yeah, the computer is at one pawn. We have the better structure. Does the number of pawns count toward the structure? Alright, and other philosophical thoughts from Camel Culture. Next game is Acerbate. Pure entertainment. Bjorn, 1576 against Acerbate. It's the Sicilian. The London on the other side of the board. I'm not even going to dignify this with a name anymore. Alright, let's start a new policy here. Seriously. I'm really serious now. For like years since I've been streaming, I've been dignifying this with the Wikipedia name. Alright? Boulder is not a player. They're irrelevant, whoever it is. And this is not a real opening. I'm not going to dignify this anymore by calling it, you know. Maybe Eric Rosen did some videos on it. I have no idea. But it's a dyslexic London. It sucks, just like the London sucks. And, you know, don't play it. Now, on the other side, don't underestimate it completely. It's basically a closed Sicilian. It's like playing the closed Sicilian in a different form than usual. I mean, it's not that horrible. Yeah, I am not going to dignify this with a name anymore. But Acerbate plays g6. g6 is not the way to refute the dyslexic London. If you want to refute the dyslexic London players who are stuttering, you play e6 and you try to kind of nullify this bishop on c4. So g6 is just, you know, letting the bishop be a good, you know, dyslexic London bishop. So you're not trying to refute a setup, you're just playing something you're comfortable with. g6 is not as good as e6 against the system. You're taking your risks to get a setup you like. Now knight c3. By the way, Acerbate had a game we looked at earlier where his opponent played knight f3, bishop g7, and now c3 is that's the dynamic way to play for white. Guys, check this out, what Acerbate played. And I do think that it's been played at least once in my stream. Check this out. Yeah, you can play knight f6 and d5, sure. I've tried everything, man, against this. Acerbate played this, dude. It was played by 2 grandmasters and Acerbate. Coincidence? Seriously. How weird is that? Like, Acerbate and 2 GMs played d5. Is he just a genius? Or is it pure coincidence? So, Bartsai in the 87 and Greenfeld just a couple years ago. Greenfeld lost to a 2300. That's not good. But it's a neat idea. I give you credit for that, man. Probably not, like, objectively, like, completely sound, but kind of like a Scandinavian with knight f6. What's the idea? So after knight f3, bishop g7, c3, the idea is that if he takes to the bishop, you're on him, you know, with a double attack, basically. You know, but something just occurred to me, Arsenal fan. Shit. Dude, what do we do if he plays, like... I don't know, but King Crusher would like this for white. I suddenly had a bad feeling about this. What happens if white just, like, retreats the bishop? Mate Gaspar played queen a4 check. But, I mean, what happens if we just retreat the bishop, like bishop here or bishop here? What's the idea? Yeah, good question. Bishop e3 doesn't work. Okay, so it has to be bishop c4. Ah, so there is no place to go. Like, duh. Here. You got the King Crusher trap, though. Bishop takes f7. King Crusher played this crappy line against me in, like, some kind of blitz game on lichess, and I beat him. A different variation with the same theme. This doesn't work. Oh, no, it's like, it's queen a4 check first, right? Right. You do queen a4 check first, and then you do bishop takes f7. So, okay, this is the question. What happens if white plays bishop c4? This is the million-dollar question. If knight takes e4, queen a4 check... I mean, maybe you could do king f8, theoretically. That's ridiculous. Turning on the engine. King f8 is playable, but this is the best move. So here, here. Yeah, I mean, this is like how King Crusher lost, but a like less bad version of this. I was explaining to Acerbate today, when you have no control over the white squares because your white square bishop is like gone and all your pawns are on dark squares, that's not good. Black has just dominant control of the squares here, but I guess white can survive. Weird. Because you have a check here. You can avert this with queen f4. But anyway, the basic idea, yeah, it's pretty cool. Bishop c4 doesn't work. Mate Gaspar's move is actually best. He was a first trainer of Leko, by the way. International master from Hungary. So he knows something. Dude, this is a nice idea. But I guess white's better move is pawn takes. This is how Greenfeld lost. Knight f6 and then d4, and apparently white was going to the bathroom with his computer. It looks like one of my knight f6 Scandinavians. Yeah, I'm getting the creeps, dude. This is the best line. This guy, this 2300, found the refutation. It's not easy to beat a 2500 Grandmaster. He plays d takes c5 here. Knight takes c5, and basically black is down a pawn. Wow. That's the refutation of the Acerbate Gambit. Alright. But anyways, white played knight c3 instead, which is really just a reverse closed Sicilian. Then we have the following, knight f3, a surprising move. We're talking about the closed Sicilian, we're expecting like d3, f4, but he plays knight f3, threatening nothing. White is threatening nothing. What is black to do? Please tell me you didn't play a6. Thank God Asterby didn't play a6, but he played nearly a worse move. The only move worse than a6. The only, like, sensible move, plausible move that's worse than a6. Borrowing a page from Arsenal fan, he played knight f6, which normally I would like, but it looks like e5 is just strong in this case, I'm afraid. Yeah. Yep, white just wasn't on point. It's like my game with the epic game with Copion. Bringing back my memories now. I wouldn't blunder this tactic. I know not to allow this. Check. Okay, this happens in the Mora Gambit too. Check, check, check. Here. Check, 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 check. It's like a poker tournament. Django. D5. Man, dude, white's mega materialistic. Played bishop takes e5 here. What about... Oh, we have a problem. Queen f3. So d5, queen f3. Damn, this is serious. This is also possible, but this is also queen f4 or queen f3. So he took this game. Check. e6. This is not... You gotta, like, you know... Can I get a match with this guy playing black here? Drago? I want to take his rating points like Larry. Larry liked to do in blitz sessions with people. Just beat them down for all their points. You can't even tell me the guy played bishop takes c3. That's insane. I always joke now that we have to have a permission to give up bishop for knight. Dude, this is like, just resign. Don't even play, you know. If you're going to play bishop takes c3, there's no sense in continuing the game. Just resign. It's your only developed piece and you're going to trade it off on c3 and you're 2241 FIDE. That's back in like 2011, but I mean, seriously. If you think bishop takes c3 here is a good move, you need to have your head examined. Like, you have to keep this bishop. You have to keep the bishop. I mean, your only chance. This bishop is like black's only piece. I mean, it's got tons of range and defensive capability. That's an unbelievable move. Unbelievable bad move. Like, how could anybody play this? It's like you're trying to lose on purpose. But anyway, that's just analysis. The guy missed it. Well, Asterbate, sorry, you didn't play that. You played knight f6, he didn't punish you with e5. Like, there is no other move. Okay, dude, maybe you should play knight g8, honestly. Okay, you also have to consider knight h5. But the problem is, if you play knight h5, he's not threatening g4 necessarily right away because of knight f4. Well, you have to consider it. I mean, that you have to consider plus like knight here, d3, threatening g4. It's like a Pierce. White is definitely better. You can also consider the extreme knight g8. But you shouldn't have put the knight on f6 in this position. Okay. After d4, wow. Now we're getting somewhere. We're real close to Eric Schiller versus some random guy or girl. Knight c takes d4 leaves white in a weird situation because you have queen. The cocoon. Queen. Do you have queen a5? No, there's no queen a5 check. cd4, knight d4. Ahmed Adli got this position. How did he get this position? Seriously. Different move order, obviously. It had to be a different move order for this Grandmaster from Egypt, you know, to get the same position as Asterbate. Actually, cd4, knight e5. Pass the Bong Man. Can you pass the Great Poupon? Arsenal, what position are you talking about? Not this position. You're not talking about this. What position are you talking about? No. A million refutations. Everything wins for black. But I was just wondering about this type of stuff, like here. It almost looks like black has a trick based on like queen c5, trying to win a pawn. Or sometimes it's this. Roman used to do this. Sometimes you can attack both pieces with the queen, and then have like knight takes e4 traps at the end. I guess white castles, and the question would be like, is this a good move? The bishop's just hanging. And you're threatening knight takes e4. Like, it's conceivable. cd4, knight e5, d takes e3, bishop f7, king f8. Tricky, maybe, but unsound. But there's also just like simple refutations. Like, if you want me to really answer that, you know, like the simplest refutation is just castle, and white is totally screwed. Like, forget about it. It's a bad position for white. I don't believe this for a minute. If white gets away with equality here, he'll be lucky. Probably. Minus 1.9. I mean, unless you have another idea in mind. You can do the coffee house KD variation. Everyone just takes on f7, but just as hard. So let's see what happened, man. No, I like this. This is a neat idea. Queen a5, you know... Oh, Ionescu, another player. Okay. This happened. Adli... Wait, where did we get the Adli position? Here. He castled. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of weird. I don't know why Adli would castle rather than take on d4. What's the justification for that? Is he going to do, like, knight takes e4 or something? Maybe he's figuring, like, if white castles, he's going to take here. I mean, seriously, what would a 2600 player be thinking? Like, why would he castle? And then if white castles, what's his point? You know, is he going to play CD? Or is he going to do this? Like a Pierce defense? I mean, of course it's possible. This is probably nothing special for white. So I would anticipate knight takes pawn to d5, and then, like, you know, white has a choice between this or maybe bishop d3, and it's like a modern. Actually, we're winning a clear pawn here. I just don't understand. That's kind of weird. You know, you would think like Ahmed Adli would play CD. He must have been afraid of the Arsenal attack. Safer. Probably he just didn't care. You know, he's playing a 2300, whatever, I'm going to beat him one way or another. You know, but in all honesty, actually, it's not so simple. Because by castling, Ahmed Adli is allowing his opponent to play d5, dude, and transpose to this. This is what he was really hoping for. Nah, this is the answer to the question. Adley is hoping that this 2300 like decides to try to play the check Benoni or Schmid Benoni, but the bishop's on the wrong square. Do you know that bishop actually should be on like d3 in this particular position? I think it's supposed to be on d3 because now you got your b5. Now we get him with the knight takes e4. This is what he's hoping for. The knight takes e4, knight takes e4, queen a5, check, whatever, you know, takes here. Good luck with that. Nice knowing you. But a 2300 is going to fall for that. So his opponent actually took. Check this out. Queen a5 now. That was pretty tricky. But I mean, my question is, shouldn't White have just castled? C, I know everything. C takes d4. I was thinking do it right away, though. The engine said it's not the best move. This is a variation I just gave. So computer says take first and then do knight takes e4. Shit. Do we have this now? Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d5. Equalizing. The equalizer. At least. I'm okay, I'm a little obsessed with Accelerated Dragon. I've been playing this for like over 20 years. There's a lot of interesting ideas here. But anyways. There are traps here and there. Asterbate just castled knight d5. Okay. The say what variation? The Accelerated Dragon. I mean, it's technically we've transposed from a closed Sicilian to Accelerated Dragon by a weird order of moves. Now White is like, what? Now obviously Black has no problems, but you got to take this pawn if you can. Does he have compensation? No. Unsound. Alright. We need the rubber room, please. No. How is this guy 1576 if he plays b4 against you? If he's 1100 or 1000 or 900, I understand, but he just like lost his central pawn and now this diagonal. Bam, bam, bam. And you're just toast. He's dead, dude. He's like dropped a piece here. Asterbate didn't take this free knight. He took the other way. Okay, e5 is good too. Piece is a piece. Yeah, this is brutal. It's just over. You know, a little greedy, man. To be honest with you, first of all, if you're going to take the rook, you should probably play like bishop c3 check. But maybe it doesn't matter. I still say screw up his king position. Asterbate's playing too fast. Yeah, you're asking for trouble, man. You didn't sign the waiver. You could get in trouble here. You're on the verge. You should seriously consider f6. You're up a whole rook, man. We can afford to get back material. f6 is the way to go. Nice. It was fun. It was a fun game. So long as you don't blunder mate in one on g7, you're good. Oof. Yeah, I mean, it was no contest, man. This was no contest. Asterbate isn't a normal... He's not a normal 1662. The guy probably left the game thinking, like, I just played some random grandmaster who's just trolling me or something. Yeah. You beat him using 3 minutes on the clock, and he didn't know where he was. And he's 1576, which is not really a bad rating. Okay. Ars. Ars, where's your game? We didn't find it after everything? What happened? I added it, but it's in a different chapter, right? Oh, so I cheated. Wait, is Ars chapter 10? Ars is chapter 10 then. No, that's... I don't understand. We didn't add your game, Arsenal. Hello? Wow, I've got lag again. Dude, can you send me some hate mail or something? I don't understand why I didn't add it before. It's weird. I got distracted. Keynesian economics. Arsenal, do you want to talk about some Keynesian economics? Send it to your inbox. Probably the most disappointing lesson I got over the board. Need to stop giving a shit about team results. That is a tricky concept. I just offer draws all the time without even asking my captain's permission. I'm just like the boss. I don't care. I'm not gonna like ask lower rated players if they agree with me or not on a draw. I'm like rogue. Rogue top board. Alright. Technically I should like always ask my team captain if it's okay if I offer a draw, but I'm like the strongest player in the room in the second division usually of Hungarian Team Championships, so it's like, what am I gonna ask? Like, if it's okay, if they think it's okay, if I think objectively offering a draw is a good idea here, are they gonna approve it or not? Like, what am I gonna do? Did we add it? It still didn't get added. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. What is this? Let's try it again. It really worked out this season. My team like miraculously qualified for Hungarian Super League. And the funny part was we tied with like 49.5 with another team. There it is. Alright. We tied with the exact same team points as the other team at the end of the season, and we won because our match points were better. But all it took was half a point. And I was like draw, 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 and all of a sudden I like won 2 games at the end of the season, and half a point made the difference. So the most critical game of the whole season came down to this game where I was black against like probably one of the best players in the league, who's an IM from Romania. It's like 2,500. I put the game. I don't remember if I put the game in the stream, but I was proud like to hold with black in a worse position. That draw wasn't a question. I didn't think we were gonna make it though. We were really lucky. To be honest, our team was just lucky. The other team should have finished ahead of us. They had so many opportunities. Hey, WJ Loof, what's up? Alright. This is our moderator, Arsenal fan. Assuming he doesn't play the dragon. I feel when you hold a busted position, the emotions feel better than winning games. You're always better. I think that statement is still remaining a little vague. It's like my brain fog. Are you saying like winning a bad position? Or hold a busted position. So you're saying, yeah, saving a bad position is better than like just crushing one. Okay, I get it. Yeah, hold. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, what's the big deal in like beating an 1100? So you're playing the white side of the dragon? But Arsenal, like, I'm a little confused by you, honestly. Like, you've kind of mixed and matched all different stuff. You're playing like the C3 Sicilian, but sometimes you play the open. Now you're moved toward the open. Dragon is the dragon is like dubious at the highest levels. This is not your game. Okay, then who the heck's game is this? Now I'm really confused. Well, you would know if it was a dragon. I don't understand. Let me go back to Arsenal fan. But who could be game 11? Move 11? Arsenal fan. I'm pretty sure that 10 was... I'm pretty sure that game 10 was, what's his name? Where the hell is my paper? Game 10 was... Who was game 10? Sean, GM Sean. I was pretty sure that game 10 was GM Sean, so who else would be game 11? No, you got a Sveshnikov in there. Where did that game come from? Who's game 11? It's good you realized you caught it. No, it's cool. It's my incompetence. Dude, don't worry about it. I got all day. Arsenal's popular, man. Sladgy. Sladgy's popular. For a second, I was freaking out because the page wasn't loading, and I thought it was like stopped at move 13. All right, this is Arsenal's game. I don't understand why I have such brain fog today. I went to have some exercise, which is unusual. Maybe exercise causes brain fog. E5, knight on db5, d6. So knight d5. But extreme F, if you're from Brazil, you serious? Are you really from Brazil? We're talking football, bro. I mean, you probably Brazil is like the biggest football country in the world, I guess. But it's okay. Premier League. Maybe not a big deal in Brazil. Alright. Knight d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, knight e7. Yeah, I was surprised too, though, to be honest. I was surprised how many people were called Arsenal fan. There's like 60 Arsenal fans. You know, I don't know though, like which knight retreat is better for black. You know what's weird about this variation? What's weird about this variation is up until Caruana played, I think really up until Caruana played for the World Championship against Carlsen, Bishop g5 was still considered the main line. And then all of a sudden, the computer like changed opening theory. So let's just put it out there. Like Stockfish and the modern chess engines post 2020 or whatever, 2016, are basically arguing that knight d5 is a better move than bishop g5. And this goes against basically the last 40 years of opening theory. The last 40 years of opening theory said bishop g5 is the best move, knight d5 is a sideline. The engine says what does the engine say? My computer sucks. Don't even listen to me. There's no way this... Yeah, we need to get a new machine. My CPU must be broken or something. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, dude. There's no way. Arsenal's probably black, yeah. There, dude, it took it till move 18. You know, it took it till move 18 to realize that black is, like, the Sveshnikov doesn't suck. That's why, like, people forever, for, like, hundreds of years, thought the Sveshnikov sucks. They didn't get to depth 18. Yeah, Arsenal's probably black. But, you were white. Wow. Okay. So Arsenal was playing the Sveshnikov. Yeah, he could have been black. He played the Sveshnikov. Stockfish, depth 21 on a shitty computer, says the bishop g5 is still better than knight d5. Extreme FF, that's what my friend Sebe Attila said. He's a GM who's a friend of mine. We were talking about the Sveshnikov. Basically, his opinion was that's the only chance. But my opinion is that, like, probably there is no advantage, really, you know, to speak of with the bishop g5. Maybe either. You know, I guess all openings are objectively equal. Chess is a draw, like, probably. At the end of the day, if you play like Stockfish against Stockfish, depth 50, it's probably a draw, right? Or whatever computer you want, you know. All openings are equal. But it's coming out, you know, it's still at depth 22. It's still like bishop g5. Anyway. Knight d5 became very popular because Caruana played it in the World Championship. And that's not a new trend, right? If something is played at the highest level, it's going to become popular. But it's very different. And also, I mean, I think, like, okay, strategically speaking, like, the problem with the Sveshnikov is supposed to be you've got a backward pawn on d6 and you've got a big hole on d5. And that's why the Lasker Pelican or the Sveshnikov is inferior for black, theoretically. So when you play knight d5, white plays this Caruana, let's call it the Caruana variation. What we're doing is we're saying, all right, we're going to wipe the slate and we're going to approach the opening from a new perspective. The Sveshnikov isn't bad because of all the reasons that everybody thought it was bad before. It's not bad because you have got a backward pawn. It's not bad because the d5 square is occupied by a piece. It's bad because white has a, like, general space advantage. That's like a different way of trying to argue white's better. Knight takes d5, e takes d5. White has a space advantage. And, like, a player who passed away years ago, a couple of years ago, a master I knew from America, he called this, I like this a lot, he called this the trash compactor. So basically, the idea is white space advantage and this, like, c4 c5 push, aka the trash compactor, is enough to give white the edge. But I mean, the important thing here is that we're playing for a different kind of advantage. We have space advantage with white with the pawn on d5, and we've got an imbalanced pawn structure. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 trash compactor on the queen side versus, you know, black has his own trash compactor on the king side here, which actually, you know, was relevant in the Caruana Carlsen World Championship, where there was a famous game where, like, Carlsen, like, you know, the game depended on, like, whether or not g5 was good, I think, one of the games. But it's interesting, you know, philosophically. It's just a totally different approach for white. This was considered by all the old books to be, like, not a big deal, or not as big a deal. But, you know, I don't even know, like, which knight square is better. Theory says knight b8. I mean, there's way more games with knight b8. Knight e7 leads to some, you know, some congestion. By the way, this is not the same as knight b8. In the knight b8, this is Caruana versus Magnus. a4. Yeah. But this is the new idea. The trash compactor is the classical variation. This is like standard trash compactor structure. But Caruana, you know, used this like newer idea with knight a4, where the knight bounces back in. You're not necessarily putting the pawn on c4 so quickly. You've got ideas of like knight coming to c4 where it attacks like critical squares in the position. So things have evolved here, but knight e7 is different. So I guess against knight e7, we're doing trash compactor, straight up. Thomas, welcome. Knight g6. Apparently queen a4. Oh, yeah, I remember this like from a million years ago. This is the main line. Okay, they had a bunch of games. That's interesting. They had a bunch of games in this too. Queen a4 is the main line. Arsenal just plays like straightforward development. So the point is queen a4, bishop d7. I think I had a game like this with Uber Driver, Arsenal, on my stream. No, I'm pretty sure I had this. Let's see. Player, Slaggy, no. Player, Acerbate. Change player. Slaggy, Sparkle Horse, whatever. Black, go. No games found. No, sorry, wrong position. Here, go back. So c4, queen a4. Did I have a game here? Sparkle Horse is black. No. I have not gotten this position. Yeah, Uber Driver must have played a different move order as well against me. Wait. Alright, so Master's Database. Queen e4 is main line. Bishop d7. Queen b4. Threatening knight takes c6 check. This is obviously very awkward and forcing. Queen b8. White has space advantage. There's no arguing White's like space advantage here. So it looks like a good variation. Okay. But there's nothing wrong with bishop e2. It looks quiet but solid. You're playing like Michael Adams. His critical match with Claudia Mora. It sounds like something from Bermuda. It's some kind of Yasser Seirawan style. It had to be like a Yasser Seirawan style exhibition match. Castles. Yasser likes those matches where you just like collect some bunch of money for playing like 6 friendly draws. That's like Yasser's ideal chess match. Collect money for like playing 6 draws and like tell a bunch of stories. Make sure to post that. So the trash compactor directly. Ouch. Coming with the compactor. Black definitely didn't expect that. That's hardcore, dude. Sabetic is a grandmaster. He's one of the turtles. The Slovenian turtles that were streaming here on lichess a few years ago. Bunch of Slovenian grandmasters. They called themselves the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, I mean, Najdorf. This happens in Najdorf too. You know, it happens in Alyakin structures too. Kudos to your opponent for finding like what looks like the best try. So, but can we please go a little bit deeper here. Boom. And then pick a square, any square. Pick a square. This is the safest square. If g5, you know, we have a problem, I guess. There seems to be a problem here. I assume like white's winning a piece. Never assume nothing. I don't know, man. It looks a little scary. Black's actually got these scary threats of like knight f4, but apparently white's okay. That does look touch and go, though. You'd have to make sure that works. Yeah, bishop f6. So this is interesting, Arsenal. No one had the cojones to play this. But, you know, this is not outright refuted. This is interesting. The only game where it happened against Sebenik, he played a6. Wow. Damn, dude. Even bishop f5 is a move. Just because a random grandmaster played it doesn't mean it's the best move. Computer likes d takes c5 best. So here, here, here. Obviously h4 is possible. I don't know that it benefits black to like give white a free move. So let's say bishop f6. You said here. What's your idea? Just a... I mean, dude, you have a huge space advantage, and you have a pawn on d6, but you're down a pawn. If you ask me, I mean, I think that white has got to be fine, but at the same time, I'm not sure I can say, like, white is definitely better, either. If we can't get the pawn through, the thing remains kind of vague, doesn't it? Position seems unclear, you know, I don't know. I get it, though. This is a good idea. If he plays bishop d7, you're like maybe grabbing this pawn. Does that even work? Probably could even play like queen a6 or something. Yeah, the whole thing is messy, though. It's very messy. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's more natural, dude. To be honest with you, yeah, knight c7 is more natural. That's gotta be major possibility. Although it's theoretically possible, black could sack the exchange. It's not real convincing. I guess bishop f3. This is vague and unconvincing. I don't think he should sack the exchange. So he probably has to play rook b8. But then how do you continue, you know, you got like bishop c4. I'm kind of liking this. I'm liking this. You're just a macho pawn sack, you know. Maybe you're not winning or anything, but you definitely have compensation. Oh, you mean you want to play that first? But what's black's move after queen d5? Queen d5 is... wow. I thought knight c7 right away. Here. Apparently this is bad. Wow. You're in big trouble after e4. Whew, I would have easily played that in a blitz game. So your move is... your queen d5 is actually better. Queen d5 plays this key role in, like, reeling in his... or you know, restraining him from playing e4. That's computer. You have compensation. Okay. We're following the game, Sebenik. Exactly. And then we simplify. Okay, so 2450 made a draw against a higher rated player. Did you have another option here? Alright, Arsenal, do your worst. A6. Queen A4 is a move. Alright, George. No, I'm going home. Nice knowing you. I'm down a pawn, but I have a protected passer. Well, it's almost like a protected passer. It feels like a protected passer. It's a might as well be a protected passer. Black still has the trash compactor over here, though. Okay, it's unclear, but you know, you have practical chances. I mean, honestly, can we just look at this for a second? A6, knight c3, d takes c5. Is that bad? A4. Computer's like plus 1.4. I mean, the problem is, I guess, this 4-pawn united front. You know, the computer's laughing at us. We're just like, we have an isolated. Damn. That's harsh. Yeah, queen e4 is bad. So you have to do this. You just don't have a choice. You have to play this. I mean, I guess this is just not gonna happen. You gotta take it. So you have to go into a really simplified position. That's the only downside of this. Bishop e3. So suddenly, you know, black is feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the threat of bishop c5. Perhaps f5 was a mistake and too ambitious. Anyway, guys, I'm going in too much depth on Arsenal's game. I don't know. This might have been too ambitious. He can also play rook e8. Now you have a very valuable pass pawn. It looks like a King's Indian. I think rook e1. Unfortunately, too slow. There's a threat of knight f4. Seriously, Ars, maybe you should play g3, but it does weaken your king side. This is not so simple. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is a sharp position. It looks like you're better, but you have to be really careful. I mean, here, knight f4, bishop f1, and your d5 pawn is hanging. Any relation between this position and a King's Indian is not coincidental. Another question, though, like in all seriousness, after this, and this, what if you just like push your pawn, man? Like maybe you shouldn't screw around. Can you do that? Does he have b6 or something? Like, we have to very seriously consider it. The computer thinks you're like clearly better and you have a choice of moves, but d6 is one of them. This is a tough position, man. I would probably tank for like 20 minutes here. This is exactly the kind of position where I would lose because I'm playing like some prodigy and I spend, I don't know, 40 minutes on this move to end up in a slightly worse ending or something. You have a whole bunch of different moves here. Obviously, like, as I suggested, rook e1 here. You know, you could play bishop c4 too. But I'm just saying, like, this looks very compact. I'm not sure he can take the pawn. So you're saying you push for a win too hard. Common occurrence. Of course, black has b5 now. You have bishop e7. Oh my god. You're sicko. I mean, in order for this to work, like, you have to have this, like, planned out, like, 2 moves in advance. I mean, you can't just, like... You just got to this position, you're, like, randomly playing bishop e7. You must have seen this in advance. Damn, does that... Oh, shit. And he has mate threat on g2. But his rook's hanging at the same time. Jeez, this is crazy. Wow. And your bishop's hanging. So you trade queens and play bishop e3. And you drop the exchange or something? Wait, what? You dropped a piece here? Hold on a second. Wait. Oh, you're gonna lose too much there anyway? You can't play this. Is there anything here at all? You're just like dropping a piece. Jeez. Well, you're too good a player to let yourself lose to some guy who wins on like a one-move tactic. I mean, never ever go into a dark alley without knowing what's back there. That's the moral of... I say this too much lately, but the moral of this story is that Arsenal shouldn't be in a dark alley with, like, you know, muggers back there, and if you are, then you want a flashlight and know what the hell's going on. I mean, you just, like, went into this position and missed something, and, you know, it's a pity because you had a good position. You definitely shouldn't, you know, you shouldn't get into a position where you haven't figured out what's back there. I used to do that all the time. I mean, I'm speaking from experience. It took me a while to figure out not to do that. It takes effort, but obviously I just keep feeling like there's something here. No. Dude, there is. Man, bishop e3 almost works. See, it almost works. Look, bishop b3, rook takes e7, d6 check, rook f7. I was thinking you might have rook c7. Holy shit. This is your best chance. I thought you had rook c7. But he just plays this. So your best hope is like to go into this down, you know, down the rook for 2 pieces with the rook on the 7th. He could definitely like screw this up at the club level. It was a way better chance than what you did. Why? Yeah, he can't play that. Okay, so bishop e6, and you defend the pawn. King f7. Just don't have enough. Nice. Nice trick. I mean, I guess there's still a small chance, like, theoretically. You can't get like a rook pawn or anything. You do have the 2 outside pawns. Yeah, I don't like playing g3 though. I don't think you should do that. You're just too weak on the white squares. It's probably totally lost anyway, but Your best bet is maybe something like f3. You're dropping a2 anyway. It's lost. It doesn't matter. You're getting mated in a lot of lines here. There's virtually no way you could save this unless your opponent is like totally incompetent. Alright, man, that was a long analysis. Yeah, d7 after king s7 in the last line, that was a variation. Guys, we're super slow getting to games today. I'm only up to, well, we did a couple late chapters. What is chapter 11 again? Was that like camel culture? No, the camel culture is 9. GM Sean is 10, but who's chapter 11 again? Was that move 11 filing for chapter 11? Could be. Move 11 is filing for chapter 11. Do you have chapter 11 in... Do you have chapter 11 in the UK too? Dude, how's the English pound doing? I went to the market today and all the guys in the market were like freaking out. They wanted to sell me cigarettes, like the butchers want to sell cigarettes, because the Hungarian forint is dropping like a rock, and the dollar is strong relative to the euro and the pound, and everyone's like going nuts. Boris Johnson resigned, like foreign currencies are going crazy. Butchers are selling cigarettes. Speaking of chapter 11, there's all kinds of crazy shit going on. I didn't understand at first. He was like, "Do you smoke?" I'm like, "What, do you want a cigarette? I don't have any." No, he wanted to like sell me cigarettes. Alright, Someone on Sound versus Morales. I should really do, we'll do Sumer first. Because he submitted this first. You're gonna have to check the YouTube upload. I'm already done with it. Yeah, check the YouTube. But I won't be able to upload till after the stream, obviously. Tomas, man. Alright, knight c3, knight f6. I like this. No, vegetarian variations for Sumer. Playing the sharper Slav. e6. No, he goes vegetarian now with e3. Carnivores play bishop g5 here. Vegetarians play e3. Nothing wrong with being a vegetarian. I'm saying they're inherently more passive and not as bloodthirsty as the average carnivore or omnivore. So e3. Not saying you're less manly, but I always saw e3 as like, dude. To be honest, I mean, there is this variation like bishop d6 in the knight on bd7, queen c2. This is this line, but he doesn't play it. The old like Shirov. Nobody plays the Shirov anymore. I guess it's been like analyzed to death. Yeah, Don't Cry Wolf. We were just talking about Marins earlier in the stream. Maybe this variation is due for like a resurgence. But actually, of all people, Sumer likes to castle queenside, so he should probably maybe give this a go. I mean, at this level, it's not like you're playing Arunyan or something. I mean, come on. You're not playing Anand with Black or Shirov. Like, let's go with g4. Actually, Sumer is playing at 2400. T. Tamash. Oh, Sean Pinto's pointing out the fact that you can watch the replay on Twitch, I guess. Tomas. Alright. I never really think about that. It's like live betting. Alright, castles. B3. I don't know, we'll have to set up a match between Nils and Sumaher. Can you play knight hg4? Yeah, that's all been tried. Everything's been tried. That variation is kind of... I haven't seen it much in the last 10 years. It's one of those things that got, like, analyzed to death. But I don't think that matters, you know, below the Super GM level, to be honest. I feel like, yeah, there's also quiet variation. Like, I like B3. This is the way that Karpov played. I had a game with Yuri Shulman in this. Probably the only time I ever played this variation. Because I got into it by a weird move order. I don't play this line normally, but we had some sort of English or knight f3. This is a pretty decent variation for white, but I guess it's like really complex. Okay. I mean, normally though, what I'm saying is like you put your bishop on e2, and the point is you're taking with the pawn. You're taking with the b pawn. Yeah, you can play e4 Arsenal. Like, honestly, if you think about this, we had this discussion earlier today. This is a Kali system. Black is playing the Kali system. White is black against the Kali system. And e4 is probably like some kind of old variation, no? This is like the most basic thing you could do. Kramnik Gelfand, 2007. You can totally do that, but it allows a lot of simplification. I would assume it would like be trade, bishop e4 check, bishop d2, unless you're like Magnus Carlsen and you play king d1. I don't play either side of this line, but I'm kind of expecting this. So it's so funny, like two people play king e2, but no one had the balls to play like king d1. Can I just ask a question? Is king d1 really worse than king e2? I mean, for me, it's like, seriously? This? Like, if you ask me to play this or this, I'm not sure. I mean, like, we could end up on c2, and maybe we do, like, a Korchnoi sort of king walk. At least, like, we're not getting in the way of other pieces so much. I wonder how absurd that is to play king d1 there. Spirit Hedgehog. You should be a Native American. The hedgehog is move 11 spirit animal. Oh, we're having fun now. Alright, it's going to be a long stream, I'm afraid. Yeah, of course bishop d2. But it's like Boringville. This is real Boringville. Man, I'm surprised the draw percentage is only 46 here. %, pure hedgehog. Yeah, anyway. Arsenal just asked the question. Yes, you can play e4. It's a Kali system reversed. You know, so basically this is, you're playing the Karpov setup, but your bishop's on the wrong square, dude. You've got to have your bishop on e2. Because you're going to get freaking forked by e4 here. No? Blagojevich, Fodor Tamash, and Vul. The lowest rated Grandmaster in the world. Alright. This guy is like unbelievable. Arkady Vul. I don't know if he's still alive. I think I saw him one. So he was 2300 when it meant something to be 2300. That's really crazy, man. He was 2300 and he was like 58, and it was like 15 years ago. I was like, what? How is this guy a grandmaster? That was before like Indian players who were 1500 were like crushing everyone. This guy, you know, he made being 2300 for a GM cool. Arkady Aremeyevich. That's very difficult to say. Though he was 2300 when it was, before it was even cool to be 2300. Alright. You're not taking on e5 here. Seriously, I just did that. Alright, I must be drunk. How can you take on e5? Like, jettison your entire pawn structure. Holy shit, man. You don't care about your pawn structure at all? You're just gonna, like, take on e5? Spoiler alert, this is like a 5-minute game. Yeah. No, sorry. It's 10 minute. It's 10 minute. Wait, did we really have full time? It's 10 minute, and Sumahara is berserking. Why are you trying to undermine my entire approach to the game? Like, Sumahara is seriously trying to undermine my entire approach to chess and time management. You're playing a guy who's like 400 rating points higher and you're berserking. And using like 10 seconds. You put your bishop on the wrong square, then you like took on e5 unnecessarily. Even Arkady Voul. No, this is Nikita Mayrov against Arkady Voul, 2013. I guess Mayrov is some Belarusian. I didn't know he was so high rated back in 2013. I was in Poker World. I basically took like 6 years playing poker full time online, and I missed a lot of what was going on, but Mayrov was 2542 back in 2013. Impressive. Yeah, all these are like garden variety grandmasters. George Grigori, Medved, Makarov. I think Makarov was some kind of politician, and Mayrov. This is a horrible move, like giving up your pawn structure. Horrible might be an exaggeration, but I don't like it. We're still in theory. The computer playing white against the brother. Not a lot of grandmasters have cheated against me using an engine. Only one for certain. What was I watching? I was watching, The Terror. That was really weird. The series The Terror came out on like which AMC, I think. And the really scary thing was this guy's name came up in the credits. I was like, what? So I guess he quit like cheating at chess and instead like started to get into like movie production or something. Anyway. Castles. Bishop takes h2 check. This is where you learn about king coming up to g3. I have bad news. King g3 is an option. Dude, how does black play after king g3? Can someone tell me, does black really have queen e5, queen e5? Queen e5 is not a problem, f4. Queen d6 check. Shit. I still think it's losing for black. It's losing for black. You've got too much. This has to be lost for black. 100%. Game over. You don't have anything here. This is bullshit. This is the best try. That's literally your best try, Pat Benatar. The problem is you're getting railed on h7 and rook h1. So f4, knight takes. You could like sack your queen. I mean, ooh, there's scary stuff going on here. White just needs to find a move in this position. Rook h1 is only a draw. I mean, white has at least a draw. Let's just start with that. Look at that diagonal. Nothing bad could possibly happen with that diagonal, right? So that's like best case scenario for black. He gets like a draw by repetition. h5? Too slow. But we'll give it a shot. It's not going to cut it, Ars. I don't think it's going to cut it. I mean, rook h1 is a good move. But I agree, like, maybe h5 is the best. Is the best. Yeah, of course, like in a blitz game, anything can happen. But I'm almost certain that this is unsound. There is f4, right? f4, h4 check. King f3, queen e3, mate. You got a nice idea there. So f4 doesn't work. We almost have to play this. But I mean, it's similar to the other line. Camel Culture likes the R's. Bob. Where's Bob when we need him? Alright. I don't believe in this, man. Jesus Christ, it's a draw. Wow. I would have bet like $40 that white was clearly better here. Dude, check this variation out. h4 check. Rook takes h4. Queen e5. That is perverse. f4, queen e3 check. So you have to play king f3, queen f6 check, and it's a draw because this loses to queen takes f2 check. It's a draw by force. Wow. Yeah, I would have bet you that black was lost, but rook h1 is the blunder. White is winning here, or close to winning. Even king f3. Yeah, nice try though. H-try is a good try, Ars. It might even be the best move. Anyway, it defends h7, so it makes sense. But yeah, no, White's just playing autopilot. Typical autopilot blitz game. So let me guess. Actually, what is there to think about here? I mean, f2 is protected. This is like kindergarten level stuff. Black is not Mamajarov. Check. And all we need is like 94 and the kaboom here. What about 94? I mean, I feel like black has some crazy, like, knight takes e3. I mean, there are ways white can lose, right? But if we play this, white's got to have threats here. If white doesn't have threats, I mean, you're threatening rook g1. this diagonal, rook h1, and the other rook over. There's no way this is okay for black. But this looks like kind of passive, actually. I want to put the knight on e4 to hold the line so that I can get my rooks across. If this is just like a passive defense, it's probably good enough. Phew, that's kind of subtle, huh? What about knight takes e3? Can I do this? Screw that, man. We're taking it to the next level. The computer will probably be like, it's a draw. Come on. Nah, it's not enough. Wow. Yeah, White's winning, apparently. I mean, the king's just out in the open, you know, and another rook could come out here at any moment, but apparently it's, like, lost. But I was just waiting for the engine to be like, oh, that works. Still not easy, I agree. This is just, but bishop e4, white, like, yeah. Black missed this altogether. It's over. It was nice knowing you. This is cute, though. By the way, that's a cute move. That is a cute move, man. Bishop g4 check. We just walk back. Then there's no rook h1. So what do? We gotta sack our queen. Oh, that's beautiful. Wow. That's beautiful. That is really elegant. You know, it makes it worth it. Really not a great game, but this makes it worth it. I didn't see it. I have to admit, I was looking at stupid stuff like queen d3. That's nice. Very, very elegant. Cute. It was just a blitz game. Don't ask too much, but I don't know. Sumaher like doesn't play longer games, really. He could be a contender, but he doesn't take chess seriously enough. Actually, White's not even winning, is he? He lost all his pawns, and he's not even winning now. He actually lost the game on time. It says a lot about T. Tamash. Yeah, T. Tamash is like anti-chess. He's an anti-chess player. No respect, man. Sorry. No respect for that. Alright, Jim versus opponent 71. Open Seat was my favorite always. There was this German poker player called Open Seat. Seat Open. This is Jim versus Seat Open. E4, C6, D4, D5, E5. The ever popular advanced Caro-Kann. Thanks everyone for joining me, by the way. Little momentary break to promote my... Am I after Jim? I don't know. You can always donate and bribe me to be next. No, you should be, to be fair. Yeah, you'll be after Jim. But it's your own, you know, the problem is of your own making, Sean Pinto. You made it difficult for me to put the game in the study. So if you make a study of your own and I could just copy in and put it into a study, it's easier. For all you guys who make it tricky for me to put the games in the study, you deserve to be later. Make a clean study I can just like copy and put into my study, and you know the game would already be in there. But for some people it's more difficult. They just give me like a PGN from chess, whatever that site is. Alright, Jim's white. He plays like a caveman. Yeah, the Tal variation or whatever. Bayonet attack. Tal variation is h4. Bayonet attack. Yeah, I played bishop d7. I'm a chicken. This is taking your life in your hands. But normally white plays h4. Now we're just like in another dimension. I would assume this is good for black, to be honest. Like, I don't think you really have the option to do this. I mean, it's like you have to try something disruptive now. Do you really have time to play knight e2? Just let black smoothly play h6? I'm not sure that's good, dude. And the point is that black plays h5. That's the whole point. h5. Raj Sultan, this guy I beat in a team game like 10 years ago. I remember he did something really absurd against me. The guy basically, I think it was him. No, I'm thinking it was him. He played like some kind of h5 h4 and like allowed knight takes h4, just winning a pawn for nothing. Like, I'm like, dude, that's really very respectful. He basically, I did a fianchetto and he just like h5 h4 gave me a pawn with knight takes h4 for nothing, you know. I didn't castle. I wasn't even castled on that side of the board. But I mean, this has got to be the move, dude. Seriously. Knight f4, bishop h7. Am I drunk? I mean, seriously. I don't buy this, dude. Knight takes h5 and c5 and bam. That's chess, dude. Don't be so materialistic. No, I think this is probably good for black. White's all over the place. You know, like, check him out. Knight on h5. He's played h4 and g4. He has none of his pieces developed. While this is like attacking here, he's ready to play knight c6, rook c8, come down the c-file, put pressure on the white center. Nah. You want to do that? Oh. Arsenal. Rook takes h5? Knight h5, bishop c2, queen c2, rook h5? What? Huh? What are you talking about? Are you talking about this? I don't understand. What variation are we talking about? I mean, I'm talking about the difference between like h6 and h5. h6 is inherently passive. That's the problem. I've like lost games like this before to people. You've got to play h5. And it looks like every variation is good for black. Okay. Here, here, here. You know, maybe white has a better way of playing. Not knight takes h5. Let's say. Or maybe white has a way of playing this. Let's see. There's no games. Well, anyway, the computer says it's unclear. Computer says a white is slightly better, but I still would rather be black. Claim what you want to claim, but I think that black is easier to play here. Black is better coordinated. It's hard to coordinate. You know, these messy pawns, our king in the center. Black is way more compact. You like being up pawn. Damn, dude. You're still in the like, you're still in the shell, you know. They're like freshly hatched chess players. The mommy bird teaches them to be very materialistic, and it takes them a while to outgrow. It takes them a while to outgrow the materialism. Schieberspieler is like that, dude. He's like way too materialistic. But it's a style thing. I mean, you can be a grandmaster and be materialistic. It's you know, there's a scale. It's a sliding scale. It's a chess style. But I would rather be the one sacrificing for the initiative than the one with the material. Alright, h6. Yeah, now white is just better. You know, the truth is that probably he should just play bishop h7. Sorry. I don't see how that helped him. This is just stupid. So now we have knight g3, bishop f2, or king d2. I wonder if Jim drinks a lot of like grappa, or what do they drink in Greece anyway? What is it, grappa, right? This is insane, man. I mean, like, seriously. I don't know, knight g3 looks pretty solid. Bishop f2 is definitely sane. But king d2 is like, I want to be Wilhelm Steinitz and play the King's Gambit. You're just like being crazy for the sake of being crazy with this move. It's like a bullet game. What is this? It's a 3+2. Time control? Guys, what is that time control? Wait, the time control says 10,800 plus 3. That's like a mistake or something. It's an import. Let me see. I think Jim had a comment about it. Game for Thursday, 5+3. Okay, I don't know why it came out all weird. Oops, sorry. We lost our track here. Are we still live? I lost my board. Alright, board. Board. Normally the board like comes back, but it's playing tricks on me. Board, where are you? Hello. There. Right. Okay, we're gonna bring it back. Here we go. My studies. There it is. Hello. Hello. Where are my studies? That's not my studies. That's all studies. That's my studies. Dude, hot. You got major lag. Okay. Dude, I think I got hit by a wave of lag now. 62 ping. Why does it act like... Man, that must be my cookies. Alright, Arsenal. It's those cookies from, you know, when you came over to my house and you were loading all those porn sites. I still haven't cleaned them out. It's like totally... Oh. You didn't tell the missus you came over to visit. Alright, I won't talk about it. It's cool. Rook on B, C3. Rook on B. I'm just joking, guys. Alright, knight on B, C3. You were joking about the cookies earlier. I need a new computer, is the truth, and I'm trying to save money so I can go to the World Senior Championship. And peeps need to keep donating so I don't starve to death in the interim. Knight on Donate Hunter's laptop. I can't believe Hunter's laptop was like a real thing. Can I just like just a little time out? Like I don't want to do politics, but seriously, like that's unbelievable. That's really unbelievable. I thought it was like made up by the Republicans or something. So Hunter really like took his laptop to some like really random laptop repair shop and like left it there? Are you serious? He must have been a drugged out. He must have been in a drugged out state or something. That's just. You're like the son of like. I don't know. The vice president, and you just like drop your laptop off at some weird laptop store. Like, are you serious? Is that normal? Does that seem weird? This seems really crazy to me. I don't know. I thought that was completely made up. It's like a real thing. Hunter Biden's laptop. It sounded like something made up. Releasing the tension early here. This looks bad, man. Knight on c4. Dude, seriously, I think like Jim is in not only like played crazy with King D2, but he's just worse. Camel culture. That's interesting, but I'm not sure how it's connected to Hunter Biden's laptop. Dude, knight b6 looks... If only with like one more move. Yeah, let's move the rook. Okay, here. Boom, boom. Yasser Seirawan is playing black. It's Jim versus Yasser Seirawan. Jesus Christ, it looks like the match Tuma and Seirawan. Or Tuma got like destroyed. Oh, he said that? No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that joke. No. Like seriously, if you're like connected to like the vice president of the United States, I don't know, man. You think like you didn't have to go to like the random laptop repair shop to have your laptop fixed or something? That just seems really bizarre. Knight takes e3, queen takes e3, castle queenside. Bishop d3. Black resigns. Nah, I like the way it was going for black there for a while. What happened? I don't understand. I just don't understand. I like the way it was going. How's our material? We're up a piece because we're up 2 pieces. This is the moral of the story. Black just basically played at like double piece odds and then suddenly realized his pieces can't move. I was expecting a good result here for black, but yeah. Queen e7 really didn't help. But we have a problem with the e6 pawn, so let's back up a little here. We'll back up here a few moves. Like, let's back up a few moves. I mean, I probably told you guys, but I didn't even like h6. You know, I wasn't even on board with that. And again, I don't like this. You know, so h6 is dumb. Bishop e4 is dumb. Bishop e7 is dumb. Bishop g5 is dumb. That's 4 in a row. I'm on the fence about like bishop h4. We only have like 2 moves in that position. And I'm kind of on the fence about it, but I won't call it like a bad move. He made 4 boot moves in a row that were bad, and then like played like a kind of 50-50. Bishop h4, unprovoked. Like, white isn't even threatening anything here. But you can't get your knight out, so it is a problem. Look at that congestion. You need like Sudafed or something. I mean, that's serious, dude. Anyway, enough. Alright. Alright, next game. Enough, Jim. Jim, that was brutal. Now we're gonna see, like, cancel Karpov. Cancel Karpov against Yasser Seirawan. Thanks. We're not... They're not the enemy. I used to like Karpov, but he's canceled. You gotta draw the line, man. Actually, I was a Kasparov fan. And I still am. All these years later. I mean, Gary has his flaws too, but he's a decent human being at the end of the day. d6, knight f3, knight takes e4, d4, d5, bishop d3, bishop e7, castles, knight c6. I've seen this somewhere before. c4. Ah. This looks familiar. This is the exact same game I had against Thomas Streinsen. So Thomas played CD here, which is not critical. We have... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird if you think about it. Karpov, Seirawan? I don't know, like, why wouldn't Karpov, Seirawan be like a Caro-Kann or a French? If I'm Seirawan, it's 1986, I'm playing the French defense, dude. Seriously. I'm gonna suck it up and take my chances in the Tarash. Try to draw, you know? Maybe a Caro-Kann. Yasser used to play the GF Caro-Kann. That's out of the question. Karpov sometimes played the Caro-Kann. Play a bishop f5 Caro-Kann. Play a French. But why is he playing the Petrov against Karpov? That seems weird, doesn't it? I mean, Karpov was an expert on the Petrov, as well as the Caro-Kann. Seems like a stupid opening choice by Seirawan, honestly. This is probably like one of Karpov's last e4 games. 1986. He basically gave up e4 altogether for the rest of his life around 1986. Bishop e6, knight c3, main line. Now, I was thinking that black might be able to play c5, but I'm not sure. Usually on the next move. Yeah, so this is an important position. Another idea I thought was bishop f4. Okay, so this is theoretical position. The bishop can be on e6 or it can be on f5. Usually black's playing that like maybe castles first, followed by bishop e6. I would think like in most cases, black would have played like this for his last move, or bishop f5 for the last move, more commonly. So this move order is a little bit unusual by black. Maybe it doesn't matter. Like, just seriously, humor me for a second. This is not possible, though, because we're going to, like, take and have bishop e5 check. We got a castle. And now knight e5, or bishop f4, bishop e3. Wow, that is so crazy. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I have really only studied the Petrov limited amount, and I played it a limited amount, not many games. I have like 5 tournament games in the Petrov, though lots of blitz. But I mean, I'm not like Dean Ippolito or something where I played it all my life. It doesn't make sense for black to play bishop e6 and then bishop f5. Have you studied economics? That's the number one move for black here. That's very strange. I don't like f5 either. So black really needs another move in this position. I don't like bishop f5 and I don't like f5. I don't understand why we can't play c5. Do you like tension? Can someone explain to me like why c5 is not possible here? This is like a sign like you're afraid of tension. Does c5 bother you? You might have an issue with tension. We already moved our bishop. f5 weakens our king side. And so we need something to do. There is bishop f6 apparently. Karpov also played that. Wow, Karpov himself played bishop f6. So you're obviously playing the right thing here, Yasser. You're playing a position that Karpov played against Karpov. That's a great idea. Really smart, dude. You guys know the Farintos story? I have this book. Farintos is dead. But he was a Hungarian grandmaster, and what I was told was he basically stole all the analysis from this Hungarian IM, Tóth Béla, and published a book with, I don't remember, another player. I have the book. It's a Batsford Petrov book. But apparently he literally stole the guy's analysis, physically stole it and published an entire book that was written by Tóth Béla. It's crazy, man. I mean, well, Tóth Béla is still alive, so good for him. Maybe their karma payback there. What's the engine say? Bishop f5, best move. Man, I hate playing that move. We already moved our bishop. It doesn't make sense to move it again. How about knight takes c3? Simplify. Yusupov tried it. Wait's better. Takes. Bishop takes. c4. Or knight d2. White's slightly better in all lines. Anyway, I don't know why Move 11 submitted this game in particular. Karpov played f5. I mean, Sarawan played f5. Does Sarawan even know how to play the black side of the Petrov? Serious question. Seriously. I mean, the French and the Caro-Kann were the thing that Yasser always played. I don't recall a lot of games where Yasser played the Petrov defense. And playing against Karpov seems like a really dumb idea. Frank Marshall loved to play f5. But he had a very different style than Sarawan. It's funny that Yusupov, who's an expert in the Petrov, would later repeat this position. Looks really dangerous. But I'm not convinced by White's play here. I don't like Queen a4. There's no way Queen a4 is a good move. I mean, you're putting your knight out on the side of the board to defend the measly pawn. Unfortunately, knight d2 gets trapped by f4. That's a standard maneuver. So we probably have to take on d5. Yeah, this is a really weak move. There's no doubt, man. All I need is one look at this move. Statistics. But it looks wrong. Like, why is Karpov putting his queen on a4? We're in Frank Marshall territory now. Yeah, totally. Like Sarawan was studying Marshall games with Uber Driver before he played this. White's still better. And Karpov didn't even play like the sharpest line. And that's always a bad sign. Like, you don't want your rook tied down, but he had no choice. You don't want to guard pawns with rooks. That's bad. Karpov, perfect game. Quiet line. Okay, queen a4 not the best, but he's still better. And Sarawan just surrenders his center. He's like Mr. Macho with like f5 and king h8, and then he's like, oh, I got nothing. I'll just give you the center. Take, here. Well, that does nothing, right? Now we expect knight e5. If knight e5, rook e5, f3, possibly bishop d6. So this is where Karpov shows his class. He shows his class, you know. It's an ugly move, but it's strong, right? We remain with the powerful pawn on d4. We just stymie him completely. The power of this pawn, dude. I mean, where is everybody? Everybody leave? Where are my viewers? Are you still alive? Seriously? With this kind of level of analysis? Sarawan would play the same game with Michael Rode in the same year. Are you serious? Rode lost his position for white. Wow, dude. That's the question, though. Which was first? Rode, Sarawan, probably U.S. Championship, 1986. Karpov, Sarawan, 1986. That's gotta be major elite tournament. Like Reykjavik. No, that was 88. White has a huge advantage here. It's just like you gotta be Karpov to play this position. Boom. That's a nice move. I think what everyone has to realize, this is when Anatoly, the cancelled Karpov, was at the peak of his powers, really, in 1986. Yasser, to some degree, though I think Yasser probably peaked in the 90s, in the early 90s. Karpov's peaking in 86, Sarawan a little bit later, say the early 90s. A6, boom. This is a great game for move 11 to submit. This is very subtle. Karpov shows that the central pawn structure, it's not an end game. You know, if it's an end game, maybe black's better, possibly. Karpov shows the central pawn structure is more important. The pawn on d4. He avoids any kind of exchange of queens. His king is safer than the black king on h8. I've never seen this game before, but it's enlightening. Boom. Now that I would be like literally peeing my pants at this point if I was Sarawan. Like at this point he's got to know he's a dead man. After bishop c4, I think the advantage is like +2, unless bishop f5 holds. Why wouldn't you play bishop f5 actually? Like what other move is there for black here? I don't understand. Like he played rook f8, but why not bishop f5? I guess this. No, there. You know, theoretically you could play that, I guess. Or do you think Karpov is going to go for queen h5, like a repetition, and then queen g5 or something? A3 is hanging, by the way. That could fall, but f4 will fall as well. Oops. Karpov's gonna come out of this with like 14 center pawn loss, man. He's basically like a human machine at this point. Very subtle move. Famous for one square moves. Bishop d5. How many of you would find bishop d5? Including me. Micro advantage. To be honest, I think Saruman was in deep shit, but Karpov, like, kind of didn't max his advantage. Now he's in deep, deep trouble. I think, like, knight check is game over. To be honest at this point. Karpov's totally winning after knight g6 check. Black's not surviving this with this level of, like, weaknesses on the light squares and two bishops. He could have just won easily. Instead he played queen e2. It's almost like overkill now. You know what? Saruman probably had a horrible score against Karpov. I would bet if you looked it up. I would be surprised if Saruman ever beat him. Actually. Maybe. But I bet he has a murderous score. Tony Miles has a better chance against Karpov than Yasser. Cause Karpov's like Yasser, but just better, you know? Stylistically. He's a better Yasser. Even though he's cancelled for being an evil bastard. Bishop e3, b5. It's almost like he's playing with him now. This should have been over already. This is literally playing with your food. Karpov's like enjoying this sadistically torturing Saruman here. Probably could have killed him already. He's like Hannibal Lecter. This is sick, dude. This is really sick. I can't even watch anymore. Black literally has no chance. What about the c6 pawn? How are you gonna hold that? Yeah, this is sick. Bishop c1. Of course. That's such a classic Karpovian move. I expected king f3 here. But he probably didn't like g4. Look at the black king. Karpov goes in the ending anyway. Wow. Because he's like mating black. This is perverse, man. I was expecting that the last move. Like, wasn't d5 coming? He had to defend the piece first. Defend the bishop. To be perfectly frank, it feels like Karpov was playing with his food here. For like the last like 15 moves. But maybe he was like in time pressure or something. He should have beaten Saruman more easily. He had an overwhelming advantage and just kept like being overly cautious. To the point where it almost looks like Saruman's like making it a tough game. There's no way that Saruman should have lasted like 70 moves in this game. He was 100 ways dead from Sunday. No way should have survived that long. Interesting stuff as always. Like, look at this move. Bishop e5 check, take, king c6, king f4, king d6, king g4. That's probably not a win. Good move. Alright, game over. Anyway, move 11 as always. Camel culture with black. Camel culture, have you hit the 2300 barrier? Let me see what his submission is here. We've got Camel culture game 4 in the study. Camel culture invited you. Camel culture Camel culture. Game 4 in the study. Let's just see if there's a story behind this. That's an old game. National Master Camel culture. But this is before he was National Master Camel culture. Or else he lost like 75 points and he's Jones in now. He lost 75 points. Sicilian e6. I always wanted to play the Con Sicilian. I've only played it like maybe once in a tournament game. I don't like playing things I don't know. I studied this years ago, but at that time, 20 years ago, Bishop e7 was new. Bishop a7 is... I don't see what's wrong with Bishop a7, honestly. Is there something wrong with this? Like, seems like, you know, the proper way to play. I'll say something that I'm very surprised by. You know, looking at statistics, like Bishop e7 has actually more games than Bishop a7. That's shocking, you know. Yeah, I had a book from like 1999 or even earlier where this was a new move, and I honestly, like, okay, it's a variation, but it shouldn't be anything special for black. It's not overly aggressive. It's crazy that there's more games with Bishop e7 than Bishop a7. That's insane. I mean, probably if you looked on like ChessBase, overall maybe it's closer. I'm shocked by this statistic. I think I had a game with the older Musichuk with white. I played this with white. I think the Musichuk, what's the older one's name? Anna Musichuk, I think, played Bishop a7 against me. We probably had this line, like Queen e2. I don't know, like why Bishop e7 is more popular than the Bishop a7. I mean, it seems like the bishop's diagonal is better here. I don't really see the downside. To make a long story short, I thought this was like novelty value 20 years ago. You know, you could argue that it has like capability both sides, but it also kind of bottles black up a bit. What does the computer say? Not a surprise. It actually likes Bishop a7, Bishop b6. Bishop b6 played very rarely. You're asking for like a4, a5 with that move, I would think. Oddly, like, no one has played that. It's strange, that's like a novelty, but it's completely playable. I mean, honestly, if you played Bishop b6, you're like begging white to play a4, a5. It's funny that no one ever tried it. Yeah, the computer likes Bishop a7 better. I mean, it seems like a more natural move. But I get it, like, Bishop e7 isn't bad. I mean, I think this is really, like, clearly interesting and imbalancing the game for both sides. And it's not clear, like, who it favors. I don't know, you know. I remember back in the 90s, I think it was Yepitian who introduced this. I'm not sure. So let's do a little bit of research here. As far as I remember, Yepitian, interesting guy because he would smoke 2 cigarettes at once. I don't know a lot of people who did that, but he was a second of that other player formerly known as the world champion, who's been canceled because of his loving the dictator from Russia. But anyway, Bishop e7 invented by Yupitian, I think first introduced. Karpov used to play the Khan Sicilian with black years ago. But then he like stopped playing the Sicilian with black, but that doesn't mean like his seconds couldn't play it. Yupitian was really close with him. But as far as I recall, it was Yupitian who first played it. Yeah, Bernie's another one, man. The sick bastard. Dude, who knows what you're thinking when you're like 91 years old. Alright. Anyway, I would take away his driver's license at this point. At the very minimum. I think Ecclestone's minimum is take away his driver's license. So, good joke. G6. Black could sack the pawn, right? With knight f6, like a French. What happened to Yakovenko? This seems to be the main move, but it's like the least attractive of Black's options, to be honest with you. Yeah, can you imagine? That's what I'm saying. Can you imagine taking away, it's not like my mom or something, taking away Ecclestone's driver's license? Yeah, of course. I may be drunk, but I'm not stupid. Queen g4, g6. And bishop f6, this is artificial. This is artificial. This is artificial. But I mean, knight f6, that has some guts, you know. Picking on the vegetarians today. Karadžića played it a lot. You know, I might be wrong about Yupitian. Maybe it wasn't Yupitian. I had this weird feeling it was Yupitian who introduced this. You know, this guy, the Bosnian Karadžića, I think he's Bosnian. He introduced a lot of, you know, he's a very creative player. He's introduced a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't like this as much. That was considered to be the main move, though. Maybe still is. I played this with white. Let's see. 3 games. Oh, no. Oh, no. Who could possibly have trained Camel Culture to play this line? That's right. I totally forgot, dude. I have 2 games with Camel Culture from 3 years ago. That's crazy, dude. So I was the first one to play this against you. And some other guy named Sleepy Mario. That's funny. So Camel Culture got a little bit of practice in some blitz games. But I mean, seriously, you should look at the other options in addition to g6. I don't know where it stands now. g6 is still main line. But don't fear bishop a7. I mean, if you play this, honestly, Camel Culture, to be honest, like, if you play this, if you're Peter Spidler or whoever, you should have both of these variations in your repertoire. Probably even bishop b6. That's what they said about, like, Benoni hero, Gashimov. You know what Zoltan Varga told me? He knew Gashimov from some team championship or something. He said, like, Gashimov would play... He had, like... When he played the Benoni, he had, like, 4 different variations he would have prepared. Like, literally in every line. That's, like, what a really professional... the ultimate professional. He has, like, 4 different lines. So, you should be able to prepare to play bishop a7 and bishop e7. You should play both. To be honest, you want to keep the opponents off guard. Yeah, your king side's more exposed, but you know that never seems to be an issue really, normally, because You're playing a lot of like knight e7. You can castle queenside. White doesn't have to commit to castling kingside early either. I've seen some crazy shit, man, where Bill Kelleher used to like castle queenside. I've seen games where both sides castled queenside in these lines. Literally. Though it's kind of rare. Yeah, no, I think you should play both, to be honest. Alright, so d6. This is standard. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of out of book now. I don't know, beyond this, what you're supposed to do. When I see this position from your perspective, I feel like I'm playing like a weird queen b6 Sicilian where I just like randomly... Like, this can't be good. This is amazing that statistics are good for black here. But, you know, knight c3 is actually maybe a mistake. So maybe this is important. Normally when we play the bishop d3 lines, we're not looking to play knight c3 necessarily early. It's a thing, though. You know, if he does want to castle queenside, he could try it. I would think like I would castle kingside and just play like straightforward. You're like Alex Strapunsky or something here. I mean, these squishy variations like this. I mean, this is not easy to play. You have a lot of weaknesses. It's not the Najdorf. Look at the statistics, though. Black's pretty good here. Jesus Christ. Sachs, Jula. There's a game. But that's late. That's 2003. Yeah, I mentioned Yepyshin. For those of you who don't know, like, Sachs Jula was a legendary Hungarian grandmaster. I was talking about 1970, 78, 76. When the Hungarians was 76 or 78 probably. When the Hungarians won the world, the Olympiad ahead of the Russians. I think it was 78. Notch Papa's probably not here. Nobody's here from Hungary, but Sachs was a legend, and he's also very, 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 very expert theoretically. But everyone was shocked when he died. It was like 10 years ago. He was only like in his late 50s, and he was just actively playing. I mean, he wasn't even that old. But anyways, bishop d2 is kind of surprising. White is clearly angling for castling queenside. But Sachs, what I like about Sachs was that Sachs was a really dynamic player, and he played excellently with the white pieces in the... Like, you couldn't ask for a better open Sicilian player. This looks like a modest move, but no, castling queenside is not a modest thing to do. Oh, you mean he just opens it up with a4? Because white could play a4 preventively as well. You see here there's some players. No big names. Yeah, no, Sachs is strong. He's probably hoping for b5. I told you guys Yepyshin. Yeah, there it is again. So Blofstein beat him. To be fair about Blofstein, though, like, I lost to that guy a couple times, and he's not very strong in the openings. He was a... I don't know if he quit chess or what his deal is, but Blofstein, like, against me, he didn't play the opening well. He played, like, the rest of the game well. Yeah. a4. Yeah, b5 doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. It's too early. You're not developed. So queen c7 is solid. You got Korneyev now. Gleck. Agrest. Schlosser. Lots of strong players. Yeah. I mean, even knight f6 can't be bad, can it? Are you going to get blasted by g4? Jesus Christ, this is what happened to Pishin. Pishin got screwed either way. He got a forward, and he got like blasted on the other side with bishop h6 by Sachs. So like nothing he could do like worked here. It's very funny. So queen c7 seems to be the best move. But I have to say, like, black's position looks real shaky. It looks really shaky. I guess I would lean toward castling kingside with white. This is probably underrated. Frejine Caruana, 2016. You're playing a hedgehog. There's Pishin again. McShane Pishin. Pishin lost, man, against Bluestein. He lost both games. Dude, this is a tough variation. It's scary. I played Pishin in like 1998, and I drew him in it was a Nimzo. I was white in a Nimzo. I'm always playing like Karpov seconds. I played Henley and Pishin and drew them both. I drew them both with white and Nimzos. I'm always playing Karpov seconds and Nimzos. Yeah, dude, this is totally artificial. He found c3. Can you imagine that? This is like 100 pounds of fertilizer in a 5-pound bag. I have to admit, like, I've never really liked playing knight a2 in the Slav or on the white side of the Sicilian. This is a very artificial. The other thing with the Pishin that I noticed, he had this really, really hot wife, which is uncharacteristic. B takes C. Now what about bishop takes? Yeah, we can't do that. We can't have our knight on a2. Takes here. And then Camel Culture just goes into like positional mode. Oops! We're not castling. Oh shit. I was really hoping we could castle. So you're basically in your Pishin mode now, and you played bishop f8. This reminds me of the time that I beat your Malinsky with my king on e7. You're gonna have to walk over there manually. Yeah, this isn't so bad, dude. This isn't so bad. You got very good dark square control. White is probably thinking he's better, but things are not so simple. This is a problem, though. I don't like the b5 square, dude. I still don't like this. The fact of the matter is, like, you were worse, but now you're still not better. That's the funny thing about this game. Like, you were definitely worse, and you got out of the woods, and you're still not better. Because stupid b5 square is... You know, you never really wanted to play a5. But I completely feel for you here. I've had a lot of games kind of similar. It's a draw if you're careful, but I don't know how you're going to win. Can you get out my telegraph, please? Damn, dude. That's subtle. Yeah, I'm starting to see the writing on the wall. White plays king h1 here. I wonder what, like, Petrosian or Emmanuel Lasker would have played with white. Seriously. He had better earlier, for sure. But I still think his position's okay. Where's the weakness? Here. King h1. Dude, this is, like, delusional. If you play king h1, you're delusional. I mean, I guess you're threatening knight c5. That's a problem, right? But you're not. You're not sitting there with white being like, I'm going to attack him now with f4 f5. White's got to be, like, realistic here. Maybe rook d1. trying to put pressure here. Knight c5. Bishop c2. And if White's careful, he's equal, right? The evaluation is 0.0, so I'm right on the money, like always. This is like irrational. White's attacking here. He just traded the dark square bishops. He's like attacking you with f4. He didn't play it. Wow. I thought he was going to play f4. What's the point of playing king h1 if you're not going to play f4? Well, you stopped it. Okay. Well, you didn't stop it, though. He could do it anyway. Maybe he should. I don't know, man. I mean, if you're going to play king h1, then you might as well play f4. King h1 was a massive waste of time for White. That's my new joke, vegetarians. I'm anti-vegetarian. Rook d2 is vegetarian. But what do you want him to do? He doesn't have any moves. You know you want to play d5. You're real close to tactics here. This, d5. Or are you tempted to you're not tempted to play like knight h5 and induce g3? Like, it's such a good idea to put his king on h1 in this position. Seriously, is this a good move? Can we do knight h5? You mean maybe it's not that threatening? Like, he just goes here. Hey, Sladgy, better time. You mean I'm running out of time? I have unlimited time. Lionel Spoon, long time no see. Weird follows from Chess 12345. Better time? What do you mean, Lionel Spoon? Good to see you. Thought about you the other day. Something about Philly. I thought, oh, Lionel's not been on the stream for a while. Rook d7. This feels a little slow, a little routine. I want to be more energetic, but it's like h5, nah. Knight h5 is interesting. We want to induce g3, maybe? Then what, though? Well, obviously you've got f5 there. Not 5 a.m. Oh, man, dude. You don't know my schedule. I alternate, you know, so it was better when I lived in the United States. I alternate. Tuesdays and Thursdays, you know, are evening streams. You gotta get used to the schedule, dude. But by the way, Lionel, if you're around, tomorrow night we're hosting a rare rapid tournament on Friday night. Yeah. The 5 a.m. variation. I like you better when you're not arguing about variations, Arsenal. You're not a bad guy. Alright, Rook d7 feels a little passive. The bottom line is, I mean, I've been in this situation like a million times. Chemiculture's not really better, but he's not really worse either. So he's like trying to massage this opponent who's leaning a little on the passive side. Dude just like got punked out with d5. Holy shit. f3. Do we want to do that? Okay, there's just two things to say. King h1 and f3. That's all I have to say. Next game. I mean, the dude is... It's crazy, man. I mean, you put your king on h1. What are you going to do? f4? No, you play f3. Now, maybe there's some way that white's okay here. But, like, this is just gross. And he just gets destroyed by d5? Seriously? What was White thinking? Why didn't he leave like his king on g1 in the first place? And then he could probably get away with playing g3 at some point instead of f3. I mean, there's a lot of stuff behind the curtain here. This is like the Wizard of Oz, but boom. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that this is a problem. This is the Sicilian. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I miscount? Say what? Okay. Dudes, can you explain this to me? Because I've been known to miscalculate. Especially after drinking a lot of wine. What is up with this, dude? He has to take, right? It's not enough. Why am I miscalculating this? Yeah, because that one's gone. So it's 4 against 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's brutal, dude. Yeah, he just totally like let you blast him with d5. That's sick. But I mean, king h1? Seriously? Why did this guy put his king on h1? That's crazy. I thought he was trying to play f4, but it turns out he was like hiding from the diagonal. Dude, that's just gross. He has a bad bishop, you have a good bishop. Yeah. But I mean, so... It's not an unusual theme here. Trading like bad bishop for good bishop is good for us. There's pawn on e4, bad bishop on d3. But man, what a clear sort of... Yeah, anything. I mean, anything like this, dude. Draw. I offer a draw. Anything but bishop takes f8. Alright. It's getting late. Chapter 10. We're filing for Chapter 10. What is Chapter 12 again? I forgot, dude. What is Chapter 12? Yeah, no. That was a nice game. That was an interesting game, dude. Thanks, Camel Culture. Bishop g5 is +2. Okay, but it's still, you know, even in the Canada's tournament, and +2 isn't game over. I don't know, man. That's a very shaky variation for black. You gotta really know what you're doing there. I would be reluctant. This is Shaun the Sheep. This is the Shaun the Sheep game, Chapter 10. Move 11 is Chapter 11. Who's Chapter 12? Why do we have a Chapter 12? This is an unusual order of moves. Okay, so it's 11 fish variation. Boom. Mistake. This is like kind of important. Like black's supposed to play knight c6. A lot of people who play the dragon are like idiots, and they're just like 14-year-old kids and they don't know the most basic stuff. But I guess 11 fish you're supposed to play knight c6. This is a well-known variation. Takes, e5, and then like, I guess knight d7. But I think even knight g4 is a line. Wow, that's crazy. There's only one game. Both these guys still around. How bad is knight g4? This must be bad for some reason. Why is there only one game with knight g4? It's actually playable. That's really strange. Isn't that crazy? Like, one game where knight g4 was played? by Tarjan. By the way, like, it's a Hungarian name. So even Tarjan calls himself James Tarjan. But actually, if you want to be correct, it's Tarjan with the European J sound. It's a city, it's a town in Hungary. It's a Hungarian name, but he doesn't use the Hungarian pronunciation. I never met him. He played a few years ago, beat Kramnik in the Isle of Man after a retirement age comeback. Anyway, that's the way you're supposed to play the black side. So you're supposed to play e5. This is the sharp move. You see the first game on the list there? I'm always telling stories, but I remember playing Almodiaki on ICC. He is really good in the classical dragon. This is a 11 fish, but apparently he plays both. So bishop e2, and now we just transpose to a classical. So isn't this queen b6? Queen b6 doesn't work here. Can I get officer? Officer? It looks like Nakamura Fang almost. Nakamura Weedmaster. Can I get a queen b6 please? One of the first game I ever saw from Hikaru when he was like 11 years old, he played my friend Joe, and they had a game where it was like knight a4, queen a5 check. I feel like that can't be right. It must have been a different position. Okay. This still looks interesting. You've got e5 here. Wow. Wow, what a weird move. e5. Because knight f5 right away allows queen takes b2. Knight takes g7, king f8. This is a classic trap. Knight is basically trapped. Now we just have like a normal classical dragon. This is Fang Nakamura. Fang with black. Yeah. It's a standard opening trap. This is Joey beat him. So Weedmaster, if we combine my score with Nakamura with Joe's score, we have like 50% collectively, because I'm like -1 against Hikaru. But I'll never forget that. Hikaru was like 11 years old and he did this. And I think Joe played queen a5 and then beat him. That was the first, it was memorable because that was the first I ever heard of Hikaru. His dad was, I played his dad when I was a kid, like in a tournament and lost against Sunil. His dad was like a FIDE master, and I played Hikaru's stepdad in like 1986 or 87. Maybe 1988, 87 probably. But this is the first time I ever saw Hikaru play. He walked into this variation and lost with white. This is a huge blunder by white, you know. It's counterintuitive. I mean, it looks like white has everything covered. Yeah, the main point is knight f5, queen b2, as Arsenal says. No, it's not chaos. It's just bad for white. It's bad for white. Oh, Sunil is there. Yeah, I remember I lost to him in like 1986 when I was 1900, and I don't even remember. I think it was one of his Grand Prix attacks, but I later got revenge. He beat me when I was like a teenager, and I was like 1900, and then I had this weird game where I sacked my queen against him, not completely soundly, in like 99, but I beat him anyway. I still question the... I have to get my storage unit. I still question the World Open. Move 11 brought this game up, but the score like seems strange. I don't know why I would sack... Why would I like sack my queen against Sunil? You know, it was like I did some kind of crazy queen sack. It didn't even look like something I would do, you know. I just remember like beating him easily, and we were, you know, we were even after that. That's funny. He's got to be like 70 now. Okay, so we have a problem here, officer. Queen d2 is a blunder. So queen d3 is a move. Yeah, this is a move. Covering e4. You have to cover e4. He just doesn't cover e4. I remember this funny thing that happened to me like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago. I played in the European Poker Tour in Prague. And there was this like, I hope they still have it this year, but there was a poker and chess tournament. And you would play like some chess, and then there was poker, and like your results were combined. And I played this guy. I tried to do like a knight takes c4 sack against some Czech guy who was like a 1800, and I like did it in the wrong position, and I was lost in the chess tournament. But I managed to like save the game because he was like 1800. You got to be careful about when you do this type of like piece sacrifice. Exactly, that's what happened in my game in Prague. He had like some intermezzo, and I was suddenly like not sure what was going on. It's such a common tactic in the Accelerated Dragon. But this is just like a clean pawn. Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Move along. Move along, people. This is the clear pawn. Yeah, that's not a move I would make with black. I mean, it's never easy. You're only up one pawn, and black's coordination isn't that great. I think white has good chances to draw this position. Computer doesn't agree. It's just like, no, you're living in a fantasy world. I guess I'm being too optimistic, but rook c1 is a horrible move. White can't do this. This is just bad game. Yeah, and this is game over, dude. Yeah, white has too many weaknesses. Down a pawn. Suddenly, there's hope on the horizon. If only white could somehow summon a queenside majority. So bishop b5 with the idea of, I don't know. Well, I guess the idea of like e6 and d5 or something. It's freaking hard to make black's extra pawn count here, huh? I keep feeling like there's a phone message. Alright. I don't understand what just happened. This is totally random. So we have bishop c5. Cutting the defense off of c4. So we're threatening rook takes c4. He defends. No. I don't know. What is this? How does this work? Why does this not work? That's unbelievable. Rook takes c4, winning a piece. b6. Dude, that's crazy. That's seriously disturbing. Wow. That better not be like engine moves for black. This looks like you're straight up dropping a piece. Wow. No, e6 isn't an engine move. It's just like lucky. He was just lucky. Wow. Yeah, he basically hung a piece and then has b6 at the end. And both these pins. Isn't that bizarre? That's so funny. He like wins back a piece either way. And then black just like, I don't know what happened. Like he entered the wrong move into the computer. It was a mouse slip. Anyway. Enough said. Alright, anyway, that was kind of mysterious. So we got game 11 from move 11. Move 11 submitted Yasser Seirawan Karpov. So who is chapter 11, chapter 12? Do you want to take responsibility for being chapter 11, chapter 12? Does anyone want to take responsibility? One of them is probably a double. That's the double. Okay. Let's delete that. This is a double. Right? Alright, chapter 12. And this is the Sveshnikov. That was Arsenal's game. Okay, so we're all done. Yay, we're done. Great. Alright, guys. So we managed to make it through. I thought we would never make it. We never, ever leave anyone out. Arsenal and Asterbait. Arselbait. But I put a double in the study, and I thought, yeah, good games, guys. Camel Culture, you should continue to play E6, but I think you gotta mix it up there. I wouldn't play that every time, dude. You like the finish of my game. It was on DGT. Wait, Colorado what? What do you got in Colorado? Wasn't there like a... What was that like 2 years... Before the pandemic, there was a tournament, remember? You said Colorado Class. But wasn't there some Denver Open or some other tournament a couple of years ago before the pandemic in like 2019 when you started watching my stream? We played those first games. Hard to believe it's been 3 years. Didn't you guys have another tournament in Colorado? Is Brian Wall still alive? Another question for Camel Culture. I had this weird thought yesterday about Brian. Thinking about like, dude, what? No and yes. No and yes. No, there's no Colorado Denver Open, but there's Brian. He's still alive. That's scary, dude. I was thinking what's weird. He must look really old now. The last time I saw him was like 20 years ago, so he must look like an ancient. Do you know what? Did I ever tell you what Brian looks like? Did you ever play like World of Warcraft? Did anybody here ever play World of Warcraft? There's this like monster in World of Warcraft, like a creature called an owl beast. Actually, it goes back beyond World of Warcraft. It's basically it's older than World of Warcraft. Owl beasts, yeah, they have a different name in World of Warcraft, but it's like ripped off of Dungeons and Dragons. And I always had this weird idea. Brian he was like a human owl, owl beast. It's kind of funny. No, he's like a giant fat bird creature with like feathers and stuff. You gotta be really rotund and have like, well, at the time he had like white and gray hair, so he had a kind of like multicolor feathers. Yeah, dude, he's crazy. But I'm glad he's still alright. He's like a far right Republican too, all about crazy shit. But he's a funny guy, really funny. But I wouldn't like trust my wife with him or anything. Anyway, it's nice knowing you. But no, we're gonna be back. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him with my life savings. He's a funny guy. Maybe I would. I'm just kidding, guys. Alright, we're gonna be back later. Tomorrow, to be exact. Friday. Blitz chess. Why do I keep getting these like links to stupid stuff like slots players on Twitch? Like I don't want to see that. Cuz I play poker, I have to see like slots streamers. Are you serious? The human owl beast. Anyway, it's cool. It's cool the way like things connect, you know. Camel culture's really young, and he knows the same person that I know from 20 years ago. It's a pretty cool thing, you know. Different angles from the same world. Anyway, guys, we're gonna be back tomorrow morning. We're gonna play some rapid chess tomorrow morning. I'll see you guys then. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Take care. Thanks Arsenal for being our solid rock mod. Rockmodinov. Have fun. I'll see you later. Bye bye.